sport of competitive powerlifting challenges the strength, discipline, and determination of its athletes. Competitions consist of 3 main lifts: the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each competing athlete makes 3 attempts within each discipline. The highest weight achieved on each lift is then summed to form the athlete's total. Competitions are categorized by weight classes. The athlete with the highest total in their weight class at the end of the competition is the winner. In the case of a draw, the lifter with the lighter body weight will take out the title. There are 3 referees on the platform who will each determine if the lift falls within the rules of the federation. A white light indicates that the lift is good, while a red light indicates that part of the lift fell outside of the rules. Each referee sits on a different angle, so all will have a slightly different viewpoint. If an athlete achieves 2 or more white lights, the lift is considered a good lift. If the athlete receives 2 or more red lights, the lift is unsuccessful and will not count to their total. The athlete must achieve at least 1 good lift in each discipline to proceed through the competition. The first lift performed in competition is the back squat. The athlete must stand completely motionless after unracking the bar, with their knees locked and torso in an upright position. Once in the correct position, the head referee will give the squat command. A good lift is awarded where the knees and hips are locked, adequate depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all having a lovely night tonight. Welcome to day
3.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You sure?
I don't know. When? Tuesday?
Day 2.
Day 2. Oh.
Session 3.
There you go.
Welcome. We're just having a little delay at the moment before the session starts. We've got our spotters and loaders up on the platform. I think having an issue with some of our lights maybe. So we're just rectifying that, I think, before the session starts, so our refs can see the lifts. We've had a fantastic day today so far. Everything's been going very, very well. But yeah, we've got the bars loaded. We've got Abby coming up first. She is our first Special Olympics lifter today.
Abby will be lifting as a guest today.
Looked very good there from here. Great opening lift for Abby.
And we have lights.
Oh, and we do have lights. Now we can see. Next up, we've got Susan. Susan also lifting as a guest. Just loading up the bar now for her.
Making all those last-minute edits to the bar.
Bar's loaded.
I do believe that Susan is opening on an opening squat that is a personal best.
At Susan's last comp, she missed this lift on both her second and third. And now she's here opening. Unfortunately, a little stumble on that first attempt, but she can come back out and attempt that on her second.
Did look strong moving up, but yeah, just a little stumble, so hopefully we can rectify that for our next lift.
Abby's lifting today with her son. Her son's Ben.
We will just had the MC here, and Susan today's lifting with her son, Ben. He'll be up a little bit later on. Up next we have Shane, opening with 55 kilos. This is also a PB that he's opening up today.
The bar is loaded.
And here comes Shane for his open up. Many of these lifters did set their totals at MD strength liftoff. Love a gym down in Victoria. Looks like a solid opener there for Shane. We'll see what the referees say.
Beautiful lift for Shane.
Next up, we've got Alana taking 60 kilos.
Alana coming out now with 60 kilos. This is just 5 kilos less than her personal best. Alana also lifting in our Special Olympic class here today.
Get behind her, everyone.
Nice strong unrack.
A very strong shot as well after that strong unrack. And that is 3 white lights there for Alana.
Next, we've got Jonah taking 80 kilos.
Up we have Jonah coming up next, opening on 80 kilos. Jonah lifting in the Special Olympics also in our 120 plus kilo class.
You can expect to see quite a number of our Special Olympics lifters today, which is really exciting. It's wonderful to have a platform where our Special Olympics lifters can actually perform at their best and feel empowered to do so, which is wonderful.
And the bar is loaded for Jonah.
And here comes Jonah coming now for his opener.
Big crowd of support for Jonah. Sometimes that support is what makes all the difference on competition day.
Find your feet, no rush, take your time. Wait for the command, control. Up, wait, that's all right.
Just a little stumble there for Jonah.
Nice
Did look very strong coming out of the hole, but I think just lost balance, tipping forward. So hopefully come back out and take that again and get it next time.
We've got Ben coming up next.
Up next we have Ben, another Special Olympics lifter, also lifting in our under 105 class.
And the bar is loaded for Ben.
Also opening at 80 kilos. Very strong opener there for Ben. See what the referees have to say. And that is 3 white lights. Great opener there for Ben to get onto the board. Up next we have Jack coming out for our Special Olympics men under 74. I'm sure many people listening and watching will have seen Jack lift before. Seasoned lifter.
And the bar is loaded for Jack.
Coming out today to open with 100 kilos. Very, very nice squat there from Jack.
Very, very nice lift there. And 3 white lights.
The referees agree.
Yeah, all 3 white lights. Fantastic opener for Jack there.
Jack actually placed first at the Commonwealth Championships last year,
We've got Trenton coming up next, moving into our
so we can expect him to put forward a brilliant performance today. Judging by that squat, we can certainly expect us to see just that.
It was a very, very good performance from him in there. I think he was a little bit off his best lift, but I'm sure today we'll see Jack at his best. Up next we have our junior male under 74 lifters. Trenton is coming out first. We have 5 of our under 74 lifters in this flight. Actually, all 5 of these lifters were all nominated at the same title. Oh, very confident opener there.
Very snappy.
Yep, and the referees say 3 white lights there.
He looks very impressed with himself.
Josiah's coming out next to 180 kilos.
Josiah up next, 180, just a 10 kilo
And after
more
Josiah,
opener squat than Trenton.
Brendan, Jackson and Michaels. And the bar is loaded for Josiah.
And the bar is loaded. Here we go. Josiah with 180. Thanking the spotters and loaders as he comes up. It's always fantastic to say.
How interesting to have 5 lifters with the same nominated total, and yet they all have such different lift compositions.
It's always interesting to see who's strong where and where they can take that advantage. Nice lift there. Looks good from where we're sitting. Jacob, his coach, agrees, and yep, that is a good lift.
Brendan's coming up
As
next.
Corinne was saying before, coming in the same nominated total but having different speciality lifts, so to say, can make it interesting when we come down to the deadlifts. Can the bigger benchers and squatters get themselves far enough ahead that it makes it difficult for the big deadlifters to catch up to them?
And the bar's loaded.
And the
for
bar
Brendan.
is loaded for Brendan here, opening up at 190 kilos. Nice lift there from Brendan. And that is 3 white lights.
That's 3 white lights.
I know Brendan only competed a few months ago at the Strength Culture Cup.
Was one of the last qualifiers we had in Victoria.
Just snuck in there to get down today. Or up to Sydney, sorry.
Will be Nala.
And the bar is loaded for Jackson.
Jackson is opening with 195 kilos, which is only 5 kilos off his best squat.
Opening that close to your best can cause problems, but if he's feeling confident in his training leading up to this, we could see a big PB today from him.
Wow,
Very speedy.
that was very easy. Fantastic.
And 3 white lights.
Minal coming up next. 197.5 being loaded.
Minal is already opening above his best squat, which is a fantastic indicator for a very, very easy training progression.
The bar's loaded for
We love to
Minal.
see that.
Coach with the oh yeah there, which I agree with. Very nice opening squat. And they is 3 white lights there.
3 white lights.
He looks very satisfied as well, which is brilliant.
Sometimes coming into the start of the comp as well, you can have those nerves. So getting that first squat in the board is really good for your confidence.
Are you a nervous squat, Christian?
Depends how it goes in the warm-up room. Obviously for myself, being equipped, it's a little bit hit or miss. Something that goes wrong in the warm-up room could all of a sudden come together on the platform. Normally for me, it's my most confident lift, so
And the bar's loaded for Abby.
getting those nerves out of the way is always good. And that we have Abby now coming up with a 40 kilo
Behind
squat.
guys, time to get serious.
This is to equal her PB, so nice and speedy there for Abby. And that is 3 white lights, equals her personal best.
Susan's up next.
Up next we have Susan. She's decided to take a 5 kilo jump. Her opener did move quickly. She just took a little bit of a stumble.
5 being loaded for
Hopefully she'll be able to get this one and get herself on the board for today.
the bar's loaded.
And here comes Susan coming up now.
Let's get behind you guys.
I've just noticed that Susan and Ben actually have matching mismatched socks.
You got this, Susan.
Love that for mother and son.
I think Susan there jumped the start command. The squat did look very good, but yeah, unfortunately she jumped the squat command from the headrest there.
She'll come back. She'll come back and get it.
It was a beautiful lift.
She's got the
All
strength,
she needs
no
to do
worries.
is adjust to the
Next
commands.
we've got Shane.
Very confident squat. Hopefully next time just make sure we've got that first squat command before we begin.
It's such an easy thing for lifters to unintentionally miss. Shane has gone up by 5 kilos. Already ahead of his previous squat bests.
Hit the hole there very well, and it moved very well as well. Yep, 3 white lights. As Corinne just said, above his best already, which is fantastic to see. Hitting PBs on the national stage can be a bit nerve-wracking. As Karim was saying before, it is quite easy to miss those calls sometimes when you're at a competition. Having those nerves. I know that where we train, it's sometimes a good thing in the last few weeks, just making sure you're going over them. Alana up next, taking a 5 kilo jump to 65 kilos. This will equal her best lift. Hoping to push it on the third.
For Alana. Let's go, Alana. You got this. Let's go, Alana. Easy work.
Spotters there just catching
Nice
Alana.
by the spotters.
And just lost balance and moved backwards a little bit at the bottom of the squat. Sure, she'll come back out for the third. Up next we've got Jonah. Jonah lifting in our 120 plus kilo class. Just took a little bit of a stumble forward on his first.
80 kilos now.
Looked very strong in the squat though, so I've got no doubt he'll come out now and try and rectify that stumble.
Safely choosing to hit 80 kilos again. Oftentimes it's tossing up between whether or not to increase the load or just to match and make sure that we correct all those little stumbles.
And the bar's loaded for Jonah.
Jonah is a crowd favourite today. The crowd is going wild for Jonah.
Take your time. Find your feet. Breathe. Slow. Control. Big push up. Wait.
Very strong there for Jonah. And that is 3 white lights on the board.
Love that celebration between athlete and coach.
Ben up next
Ben coming
in the
up now,
105 kilo class. Moving up 20 kilos to 100.
And the bar's loaded for Ben. Let's go, Ben.
That is quite a big jump between opener and second, so let's see how this goes for Ben.
He has hit 130 as his PB previously, so hopefully this should be nice and easy for him today. And that moved very well there for Ben.
Big jump and weight back here. Perfectly.
Red
One.
light from the centre, red left there.
We've got Jack coming up next with 100.
Ref saying there, sorry, Corinne, ref saying there that his fingers weren't wrapped around the bar, that's why she gave him yellows.
And the bar's loaded for Jack. 110 kilos. Let's go, Jack.
We have Jack coming up next for 110 kilos. Nice grind there by Jack. I did see the ref closest to us with his hand still in the air, so we might see one red here. Yeah, that's correct. And I believe that was for not locked out knees on that side is what this ref has indicated. Still gets the 2 white lights for her good lift.
Before lifters can receive the squat command, they do have to make sure that their knees are properly locked out. There are a number of different cues that lifters have to adhere to before they're able to receive the squat command, and that just happens to be one of them.
And the bar's loaded for Trenton.
We have had a session this week where the refs are calling that quite regularly for the lifters, so I'm sure the coaches will be letting them know. We have Trenton now for 187.5. Getting close to his PB here of 192, so see how this moves. Bit slower than his opener, but moved well. And he does get those 3 white lights there.
Freeze agree, that's 3
Looked
white
like he
lights.
sat back into his heels a little bit, which might have made the ascent of the squat a little bit more challenging.
Trenton and his coach Michael there probably just having a discussion about where we go next. Up next we have Josiah taking a 10 kilo jump up to 190.
The bar's loaded for Josiah.
This will be a personal best for him, I believe.
Let's get behind him, guys.
Yes, you are correct. Let's go, Joe. 10 kilo personal best, I believe, actually. On a second, that's so exciting.
Nice solid squat there by Josiah.
Very smooth lift. And
3 white lights. Coming over from WA today, coached by Jacob.
It'll be interesting to see what Jacob chooses to put in for their third
following
squat.
Brendan, Jackson.
A little bit tough, but a very solid attempt.
We've got Brendan up next with 197.5, taking a 7.5 kilo jump from his previous. This will be a 10 kilo PB if he hits it.
And the bar's loaded.
Nice solid one right there from Brendan. Very solid lift there.
3 white lights.
I correct myself. That wasn't the best he's done. He has done 202.5 before. I think that's when he was previously competing in another federation. So we'll see where they jump to next for his third. Jackson coming out next for 207.5. Nice 12.5 kilo jump there for him.
You'll see we have 5 spotters now. Any lifts above 200 kilos will be 5 spotters.
Just
on the
popping some
platform.
chalk onto his hand so I can get a good grip on the bar. Very solid up there. See what the refs say. One red light there on the left-hand side, blue light.
Coming out for 210 kilos.
Still a successful lift, and he has officially hit a 7.5 kilo PB.
That red light there, I think, was for knees on this side closest to us. So the lifter's right knee. Minhal out next. Coming up for a 210 kilo squat. This looks on paper to be a big PB for him here.
This is a big PB on platform.
His first moved very well. A little bit of a sticking point there in the middle, but got through it quite quickly. And we see those 3 white lights rectify. So we've got thirds coming up now. We've got Abby coming up next for a 47.5 kilo squat.
And the bar starts loaded for Abby.
Bigger jump than
Get behind her,
her
guys.
first to her second. This would be a PB for Abby here.
Let's go, Abby.
First and second did move very well.
Away.
Moves quickly there. We'll see what the refs say. And that is 3 white lights. Lovely, lovely PB there.
Coach is very happy with that. Next up we have Susan.
Got 55 kilos on the bar.
Susan needs this lift to secure a position on the board.
I think last time Susan just jumped the squat command. Coach will be just saying, just make sure we're listening to the cues.
Come on, guys, I can't hear you.
The crowd is behind Susan, cheering her on through every step of this lift.
Very good grind there. She walks it back in. And that is 3 white lights.
Amazing.
Gets on the board, gets herself a PB there as well. That's wonderful. Crowd right behind her as well. Fantastic squat.
She seems very proud, very happy. That is something we really love to see on competition day.
No doubt that she's got this.
Alana coming out next, retaking her second.
And the bar's loaded.
And the bar is loaded.
Let's go, Alana. You got this.
I think last time Alana just went a little bit too deep. Shifted back and the spotters took her. That looked fantastic from where I was sitting. Oh, unfortunately there. It's 2 reds.
I think she might have skipped the rack command there.
Yeah, I did see her stumble. Yeah, rack command there, unfortunately the ref's indicating.
Shane's taking 70 kilos.
Next up we've got Shane coming out for 70 kilos.
And the bar's loaded for Shane. Let's go, big dog.
Shane has hit a PB on every single one of his squat attempts today.
A little bit like Abby here as well, Corinne. He's taken a 5 kilo jump on his first, but a 10 on his second, so must be feeling confident. And I can see why, yes, very confident. And 3 white lights there for Shane. That's a fantastic set of squats today. He's put himself into a great PB. Jonah coming up next for his third, taking 90 kilos. Another 10 kilo jump here.
Jonah. And the bar's loaded.
Once again, that big crowd for Jonah. Lots of noise here.
Take your time.
Very strong on rack.
Find your feet, take your time. Control. Good push up. Wait.
That looks very strong. Very, very good lift there from Jonah. And it is 3 white lights.
That was so fast, I almost missed it.
Jack's now
Coach very happy there as well.
15 kilos.
Out of our athletes. From Sydney here.
And the bar's loaded for Jack.
Out we have Jack coming up. This is 115 for Jack. This will match his most recent competition. He did squat 115 here in South Africa at the Commonwealths. Wonderful, wonderful squat there by Jack. See what the referees say. And that is 3 white lights. Great lifting from Jack.
Great attempt selection.
And now we have Ben coming out, our last of our Special Olympics in this first flight. He is taking 130 kilos, which will match his personal best. So taking a 20 kilo jump to his second and now a 30 kilo jump to his third. Much like Shane, I think feeling very confident that he can get this.
Let's go, Ben.
Very deep there. Unfortunately, no, couldn't get that one today. Spotters help him into the rack.
Nice save by our spotters there.
Good save today.
Solid attempt.
I know that Jason on our back squat for this session has been squatting and loading all day today and has
Trenton up next.
done this after competing in our last session last night, which did go all the way till 10:30. So big shout out to our spotters and loaders today. Next we've got Trenton coming out for a 195 kilo squat. And that will be followed by Josiah, who will also be doing the same weight. I believe this will be a 2.5 kilo PB, is that right?
Let's get
Yes.
behind, guys. 195 kilos.
In unison.
Not a little squat.
Strong here. Good. Waiting. Let's go. Push hard. All the way. All the way.
Wonderful drive there from Trenton. We'll see what the refs have to say about this one. Just a yellow light in the middle
White
there,
lights, still a good lift.
but still gets the 2, so that is a good
Josiah's
lift.
coming out with 195. Same weight on the bar. And the bar's loaded for Josiah.
Come on, Joe.
Joe coming out now for 195. Joe has looked very strong so far. This will be a nice 15 kilo personal best.
Let's go, Josiah.
It's really interesting watching each of the lifters have their own little pre-squat routine.
Right, unfortunately there, just got stuck halfway up.
Same
Good catch again by our spotters.
Just a little bit too heavy for today, but still securing a nice PB on that second attempt.
205 kilos.
I think that is very interesting to see everyone set up slightly differently. Always gives you sometimes a little bit of an insight into what the lifter's thinking before their squat. We've got Brendan coming out now for a 205.
Brendan is coached by Chris Yip down in Victoria.
Push. Come on. Come on. That's it. Hold it.
Very good
Very
from where we're sitting.
That looked like one confident squat, and 3 white lights it certainly was.
Ming is now coming out.
Up next we have Ming coming out for 217.5. Jackson will be out after him. He's decided to take slightly bigger jump to go to 220. Sometimes you'll find with squats, some lifters like to take even jumps and some like to take a bigger jump from the first to the second, from the second to the third.
Come on, Ming, you got this. Nice, Ming.
Punch it. Go. All the way.
Oh, very good grind out there. Work through that sticking point, and he gets those 2 white lights. Coach very happy, Min very happy.
220 kilos for this first flight. The bar is loaded for Jackson.
Now we have Jackson, our final lifter in this flight, coming out for 220. Hyping up the crowd for his lift. Being coached today by Alex. Oh, just a little stumble there. He still has time. I missed that one. Unfortunately, I think the stumble may have thrown him off a little bit.
you've got that much weight on your back, even the smallest of stumbles can sometimes just feel like that big roadblock that really gets in the way.
Alfred opening up with 147.5, followed by John.
Up next we have our Flight B coming up. Now,
And the bar is loaded
we
for
have,
Alfred.
159 kilo
Let's go,
lifter.
Alfred.
that is correct, Alfred here. And everyone else in this flight is a 74.
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot my classes then.
We actually train with Alfred, so
Yes.
this is really fun to see him on platform today. He's handled by Victor Liu, but coached by Alex Deacon from Deacon Strong.
Listen, wait. Confident. Grab hard. Wait.
Lovely opener there.
Very easy squat there.
I know I spoke to Alex very briefly before I came up and feeling quite confident with Alfred.
Joe Chim coming out now for 177.5.
Next weight on the bar, 177.5.
And the bar is loaded.
So Joaquim coming here, getting under that bar. He's got his coaches from Hunter Performance. Can hear Aiden there, sounding very confident with that squat. Every right to be, 3 white lights. Up next we have Carl coming out for 185.
Got 185 kilos. And the bar is loaded for Carl.
This is Carl's second comp here. He did compete at the Stronghold Liftmas party. That was only back in December. Opening 10 kilos under his best in-comp squat. Very deep there.
But it looks fantastic.
That is true. The referees agree with you there, Corinne. A lovely 3 white lights.
Got Jesse coming up next.
Sometimes, depending on the lever lengths of the lifter, it can make certain movements look a little bit different.
Jesse coming out now with 190.
And the bar is loaded for Jesse.
I believe that Jesse trains
Let's go, Jesse.
out of Breakthrough here in Sydney with Alex Hayes here, Process Powerlifting Club. I do love that design that Alex has created for his powerlifting club there with the rocket.
Quite nice, isn't it?
Very nice.
I think he might have just heard us there.
Very nice squat. Ooh.
That was
Nearly,
one fast squat.
and that is 3 white lights.
Beautiful.
I thought he nearly jumped the rack command there, but held it out. And the bar is loaded, same weight again. Here for Kang. Bit of support here for him in the crowd as well. Best in squat comp of 217.5.
Very easy first attempt.
That was quick.
Very easy lift and 3 white light. Oscar's coming out next to 200 kilos.
Quang went 8.49 in his last comp, I believe. And I have had a look at some of these lifters training on the old Instagram. Some of them are looking very confident, both in their training, so I'm hoping that it reflects today. Oscar coming out with a nice round 200 to open.
Only 10 kilos under his best squat.
Also coached by the Process Powerlifting Co, I believe. Very nice looking squat there. Up next we have Jack coming out for 200 as well, and that is 3 white lights there for Oscar.
Jack's now coming out for the same weight, 200 kilos.
So Jack's done quite a few competitions. He did hit 200 for 3 on his squat, I believe, back in March. So if that is the case, this should be quite a smooth opener for him. Very good opener there. 3 white lights for Jack.
I think
We've got
that
Paul.
200 for 3 actually really tracks, doesn't it?
Yeah, it did track. It's interesting to see sometimes some lifters bring their training and do quite high repetitions, and others have those lower numbers. Everything works a little bit differently for every lifters. We've got Paul coming out now, opening at 205. I do believe that Paul has done a little bit heavier than these weights, but in the weight class above, is that right?
I think that's right, when he was 79. So it looks like he has cut down quite a bit to fit into the under 74s.
Nice opener there, 205 for Paul. And does hit those 3 white lights.
Coach Josh from Strength Fortress in Melbourne looking very content with that opener.
Yeah, so Paul has been lifting for a little while, mainly lifting in the 82.5 class, I believe, in the USAPL, but yeah, cut down to our 74 kilo class here in APA. So it'll be interesting to see how he travels today. We've got Daniel coming out now for a 210 opener.
That looks to be his PB attempt, I think.
For an opener would be lovely.
So equal PB on his opener. Very deep.
Oh, lovely squat there. Gets on the board there.
Based off that opener, it looks like he's going to have a wonderful day of squatting.
We've got Lance coming up next with 220.
Is it Lance or Lance? How would you go about saying that?
Lance. But that may be my Englishness
I think
coming
that's
through.
your Englishness. Lots of support from the crowd, greeting the spotters and loaders. Very respectful lifter.
Coming out of Hunter.
Let's go, Lance.
See, it's Lance.
Nice strong lift there. 3 white lights for Lance, gets on the board. We've got Ben coming out next for the last squat of this flight at 227.5.
227.5 kilos being loaded.
Now Ben looks to have outlifted most of his previous numbers in training, had a very easy 245 squat, but we will see how things go today. He looks very determined coming onto the platform. A lot of energy coming from Ben.
Lovely opening there by Ben. Interesting to see where he goes.
Right line. Coming back to the start of the flight, we've got Alfred, 155.
Looking pretty confident there, talking with his coach. We're going to head back to the start of our flight, back to Alfred in our under 59 kilo class.
If Alfred gets this squat, this will only be 5 kilos under his best ever squat. But Alfred has been dealing with some lower back pain recently, so we don't necessarily know if this is going to be an easy day for him or if it will be a slight challenge, but he is already looking pretty good on the board for squats.
You may see on the right hand side of our screen, if you'd like to have a little bit more of a look, you can see where our lifters' best squats have been, best benches, and you'll be able to see how they've been tracking. You will find that some of these lifters, if they have lifted in the federation before, some of the numbers we say might not match up exactly. We've got Alfred here, 155. We'll see how this moves. Very nice squat there. I think he'd be pretty happy with that. We'll see where Victor takes him next. Alfred does look confident walking off.
190 being loaded from Joaquin.
Joaquin coming up next with 190. Taking a nice 12.5 kilo jump up to his second. Good squat there. See what the referees think. Just one red there. Reds on our squat will indicate the depth of a lifter. When you do squat, you've got to make sure the joint of your hip is lower than the top of the knees. You will sometimes find with lifters, particularly when they get to heavier weights, that you do see a little bit of an imbalance. I know that I have it myself. We've got Carl now with 197.5.
This will be a 2.5 kilo PB for Carl if he gets this lift.
Good lift there on his second, 197.5. Coach happy with that one, a little clap. It's always interesting to see the different coaches and how they coach. Some lifters need that extra bit of a pep talk. Some don't need to say anything.
I need a lot of love when I compete. A lot of energy.
a lot of energy. Jack coming up next with 207.5. I think this one thing I do enjoy lifting with the junior lifters is there is a lot of energy. Can really help, particularly when you've got that all around you. A little bit tough there in the middle. Referees are happy with it though.
Looks like he recognised that it felt a little bit uncomfortable as well, but an equal PB on the second nonetheless.
We have Jesse up next with 207.5.
Let's go, Jesse.
Looking at Jesse's training on Instagram, he does look very confident within himself when he trains. I know, I'm pretty sure he did an SBD session in his last prep before this, which looked very good, very confident. Just shifted a little bit back on his heels there. Still gets the 3 white lights. I think he just lost his balance to the middle, but was able to work through it. Going up next, coming in with a 207.5, so the last 3 lifters all hitting the same weight.
Makes it very easy for the spotters and loaders.
Yes, it does. Those little mini breaks can always help. Good squat there. 3 white lights. Oscar coming out next for 212.5. As Corinne and I did mention before, the flight before all came in with the same total at 535, but this flight here is a little bit more spread out. We do have some a little bit further ahead, but by the looks of things tonight, the amount of times we've said PB, we might be in for a tight battle when we get to the end, so making sure we get these lifts at the start can help us build that total. Looked like he got stuck a little bit there, but worked through it. The referees are happy with that one. We've got Paul coming out next with 220 kilos. Unfortunately, they just got a little bit stuck on the way up. He's still smiling, so.
Looked like there was just a slight misgroove coming into the bottom of the squat.
We'll see what decision they make next. Might just take that same weight again. Sometimes if you know what the issue is and feel like you've got it down on strength, you could take that jump, but it's always the risk. We've got Daniel coming out next with a nice round 4 plates for 225. Thanking the spotters again. Sometimes it can be that routine, like we said with the setup. Just doing the same thing every time you come onto the platform can help you get in that right routine and that right rhythm.
Steady. Strong legs. Big push. Yes.
Wow.
That's it, baby. Come on.
Good drive there. Referees are happy. Coach seemed pretty happy.
That was a 15 kilo PB on his best performance as well. That's a very healthy jump.
Just see coaches over there just having a chat together just to see how they're feeling. We've got Lance coming out now with 2:35. I do believe this is a 5 kilo PB to beat his best ever squat. Stalking the bar. There's the Hunter team behind him.
Big push, come on.
Look good from here. Oh, unfortunately not depth there, I'm afraid. With Lance there, takes a big lean forward and the hips back, which sometimes can make it a little bit difficult to hit depth.
We've got our last lifter of the flight, Ben, coming out with 242.5 kilos.
This also is a 5 kilo PB. Just checking the bar, making sure the right weight's on there. Another one of those routine things that some lifters will go through.
Big push.
Nice and smooth there from Ben.
Coach is very happy with that performance. And we are moving back up to the top of the flight for our third and final squats. Alfred coming out with 162.5. That is a 2.5 kilo chip on his
Alfred's got 162.5.
best squat.
Ben coming off the platform there looked very confident. Maybe we're looking at another 15 kilos maybe. We'll see what he puts in.
Bar is loaded for Alfred.
And Alfred has the bar loaded with 162.5.
Let's go, Alfred.
Balance. Wait. Balance. Confident. Hard.
Great grind through that sticking point there.
Was that depth, so is the question. Yes, it was. Three white lights. Beautiful. Victor, very happy.
You're watching very intently there, Corinne.
Well, I like Alfred. He's a lifter that we're very familiar with, and it's always nice to see like your training partners succeed.
This is true. Very good start for Alfred today, getting 3 squats on the board. Starting to build that total. As I mentioned before, building that total can really help you. In our previous session, going 9 from 9, ended up with a few of our lifters finishing 3rd and 4th. So building that total really helps at the end of the day. Hakeem coming out now. A little bit of a smaller jump than his first jump.
Good walk out, mate. Come on. Let's go. All the way. Whoosh. Good start.
Aiden, very emphatic behind the coach's corner.
And that is a 2-to-1.
Brilliant performance on his squats. Next up we have Jack with 210 kilos on his third.
Bar is loaded for Jack. Let's go, Jack. Make a move.
Big breath in before he comes onto the platform. Fantastic grind there. We'll see what the referees say. Very happy with that. We have got Carl coming out, hitting the same weight.
Loaded. Let's go, Carl.
This will be a big personal best for Kyle if he can secure this load. Steady and patient unrack there.
What a grind. Waits for that command. And he
White
takes
eyes.
that.
Beautiful.
He is very happy with that one.
3 for 3 for squats for Carl.
Jesse's now got 212.5 kilos.
Jesse coming out for a little
Bars
5
loaded,
kilo
Jesse.
jump here.
Come on, Jesse.
Jesse is opening his bench at the bench record, I do believe.
Come on, Jesse. Make this move.
So getting this squat here will help him to build that big subtotal.
Nice, Jesse.
Keep grinding, Jesse. Oh, unfortunately, no.
He gave that his best effort. I don't think there was anything left in there.
I think the same as his previous squat, just shifted onto his heels a little bit on the drive up. Sometimes just that little bit of shift can really throw you off your pattern. We've got Oscar coming out next for 2:15. You may see on our cameras today as we're panning to our lifters, we have our roving cameramen coming around. I believe we've got some from thirds and stronghold as well. Hopefully they're getting nice pictures of us too.
We look like goobers.
Gonna hang it on the wall. Oscar taking 2:15 now. Just a small jump for him here. Unfortunately, just not there today.
Fantastic attempts for Oscar across the board so far.
I do believe that 2:12.5 was a PB though, which is good. Got Paul coming out for the same weight again. Opted to take the same weight after missing it on his second.
I think it's worth noting that Paul is contending with an injury at the moment with some recent hip pain and discomfort.
Let's go, Paul. Let's get behind him, guys. Come on, Paul. Fire up.
Josh really egging him on the sidelines.
Much better there.
And that looked like it moved like a second. Evidently just a misgroove on that second, really secured it on the third. Beautiful job.
Relieved, I think, there.
20 stairs for the bar squat for one.
Karen coming up now for the same weight, 220.
The bar's loaded.
Taking that shot of ammonia before coming out. Gives that lifters that edge sometimes. Unfortunately not today. We've got Daniel coming out next for 232.5.
We've got Daniel coming out at 232.5 kilos.
For those of you watching on YouTube, like I mentioned before, you'll be able to see lots of information. The graphics this year are fantastic.
Including some very funky lifter profile pictures.
Yes. I don't remember what photo I sent in, so
I'm a bit concerned for you if that's the case.
here comes Daniel. Nice and confident. Once again, thanking the spotters and loaders, that fist bump, that same routine like we spoke about before.
The crowd are really excited for Daniel.
Ready and strong. No weight. Stand it up.
I just braced with him then. Unfortunately, that was a
Close one.
just got stuck. He couldn't get through that sticking point.
You were that excited for him, you thought you'd join in.
Yeah, it was very strange. I saw him breathe in and went with him. Took that breath. We've got Lance coming out. He did miss his second, but he has opted to take a 5 kilo jump up for his third.
You might see a lot of the 74 kilo lifters today just choosing to push the boundaries just a little bit more to sort of secure their position.
A lot of crowd noise here for Lance. Sure you can hear that in the background.
I think the entire Hunter Performance gym is here at this point.
Only a short drive up from Newcastle.
Aiden screaming for his lifter.
Unfortunately not today. We'll see how that affects the play a little bit later on today. I know that Lance does have a slightly bigger deadlift than Ben, but Ben does have that slightly bigger bench.
Ben finishing off our squat.
We've got Ben coming out now for our last squat in this flight at 252.5. This will be a big personal best for Ben. He's looking very strong today. Like we mentioned before, he did hit a nice 245 a few weeks ago, I believe. I'm not too sure how the week after went, but if that 242.5 was any indication, this could well be within his reach here. Very strong, nice big grind. Yes, fantastic grind there. That looked good to me. We'll see what our referees say. And that is 3 white lights.
He is
Very,
absolutely
very excited.
stoked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very excited behind us as well. I can hear the cheers.
We're going to
that brings us to the end of our squats for Flight A and Flight B. We're going to take a 10-minute break now, and you will join us back here for bench.
Up next is the bench press. After unracking the bar, the athlete will lie completely motionless with their elbows locked. The head referee will give the start command. The bar is lowered and paused until it is motionless on the chest. The athlete will receive the press command, pushing the bar back to the starting position. Once motionless, the rack command is given. A good lift is awarded where elbows are locked, the head and glutes remain in contact with the bench throughout the lift, the feet remain flat on the platform, adequate elbow depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
Welcome back to APA 2025 Mega Nationals here on a lovely Thursday evening. Nice balmy 17 degrees.
Feels warmer than it needs to.
17.
I run hot. Sorry.
If you are finishing work in Sydney and you're getting off at Newtown, McDonaldtown, quick 15-minute walk and you'll be here. Come down and see us at Campbelltown Quarters. The crowd is building a little bit. I think some people have made that decision already. Corinne did point out to me in the break that we didn't actually introduce ourselves. So my name is Christian.
No one calls you Chris.
No, Christian. I'm competing myself this weekend on Saturday, and then Corinne sat next to me. Isn't competing, but is doing some coaching this weekend.
I am. And I'm also emceeing your session, which will be on Saturday at 1 o'clock.
Lovely.
Very exciting. You get to listen to my voice
Have
again.
Have you emceed before?
I have emceed before.
I do enjoy emceeing.
Emceeing is fun. I do enjoy it. Sometimes it does feel a little bit of pressure if you're consistently,
Saying names and the times.
Constantly, yes.
Missing those ref calls can sometimes throw you. So we are starting back up again with Abby, who began our squat flight. She is starting with a 30 kilo bench, which will match her personal best.
Now you'll notice that some lifters will choose to have a handout, but you don't necessarily need one for bench. You can unrack the bar yourself.
Let's wait for the lights.
Great opener there for Abby.
3 line lines, great lift. Next up we have Susan Marcus opening on 30 kilos. She'll be followed by Alana and Shane.
Susan coming out next. She is opening 2.5 kilos less than her best. I mentioned before that a lot of these Special Olympics lifters did compete at MD Strength Liftoff 2, I believe, down at MD Strength in their old gym before they moved to their new digs. You will see some of these Special Olympics lifters will have more of a verbal cue for our spotters and loaders. Some lifters choose to take that big brace in. You can see Susan here as well opting to use blocks. You will sometimes see if you get a little bit better leg drive, having your feet a little bit higher up, you are able to nominate to use the blocks here. Very controlled there by Susan. Great lift.
The crowd is also very happy.
3 line lines,
Susan
good
is
opening
too.
attempt there for Susan. Up next we have Alana McEwen, 45 kilos for her opening attempt.
Alana coming out next. She's also opening on her personal best of 45 kilos.
Love seeing all these women just dramatically improving upon their benches and their strength. Very empowering to see.
Bench has been steadily improving, I think, particularly over the last couple of days in the sessions. We are mentioning the word personal best very frequently. The quality of lifter this weekend has been fantastic to see. Jason helping with the lift off there, setting it up for Alana. Took the calls there beautifully. Also gets herself on the board.
Well, 3 white lights.
Blows a kiss to the crowd as well.
Is up next, and we load the bar to 65 kilos.
Shane coming out now. Shane coming out for 65. Now looking at our stats that we've got here, this is a big personal best for Shane.
What's that, 25 kilos?
A big 25 kilo PB here.
The crowd is getting excited for bench press, which is ironic. You don't usually see that kind of energy for bench, but it's good to see.
I think Shane may have just jumped the press command there. We'll see what the referees say. Yeah, unfortunately there, I think he did jump the press command.
Technical infractions there. bench, same weight, 80 kilos. Bar is loaded. 80 kilos, Ben, is it?
80 kilos here. No, I think Jack
Sorry, my
coming
bad,
out.
it's Jack.
Jack coming out for 80 kilos here. Better than his lift that I believe that he made in South Africa, but just a little bit off his best. We'll see how this moves today.
Looks to be a very clean opener for Jack. And
Now
3
it's
white
Carol,
lights
80 kilos.
comfortably on the
Successful
board.
opening attempt. Now we go to Ben, also 80 kilos.
Same weight here for Ben, coming out with 80 kilos. Now, Ben has benched 82.5 before, but if this moves well, I feel like he is also going to look for a little bit of a personal best
Let's
here.
give it up for Ben. Let's get behind him. 80 kilos opening attempt.
Ben with the nice blue and pink socks.
Throwing a bit of colour on the platform.
That was very speedy from Ben
Good,
there.
strong attempt. The referee
Support from the
saying,
crowd
good
there for Ben as
job.
well.
Successful opening
Looking at how that moved, Corinne.
think
We
he
on
could
for a P-Bay?
Raise the bar
Definitely, I
to
can see that.
95 kilos for Jonah Strickland.
Got Jonah coming up next for a 95 kilo bench. I believe in the comp he competed at Alpha Athlete, he did
It's in
hit
then again, Jonah
100.
Strickland.
So this, once again, big support from the crowd there.
Bar is loaded. 95 kilos opening attempt for the bench press.
I do believe when his support crew came in, I did hear one of them say, save 3 rows. So I do think that's about 24 people. We've got rows
I
of 8
think
here.
they've definitely taken 3 whole rows. Family and friends galore today.
Wait for the commands. Right at the top.
That looked easy.
Very good
Super
bench there.
fast. And it's
Just
2-1
got one
for the lift.
yellow there from the ref.
Okay, now the bar goes up to 100.
Could be movement of
No,
the head or the
hang on.
feet.
Sorry, my bad. 100 kilos for Josiah.
Josiah coming out now for 100 in our under 74 kilo
Bar
class.
is loaded for Josiah. 100
Josiah
kilos.
has lifted at 105 within IPF competitions. This is very close to that, so interesting to see how this moves. I do find that with our bench presses, I don't know about you, Corinne, but I find it a little bit more difficult to judge the jumps that I can take. You might find that 100 that moves really easily, you can take the extra 2.5 and get stuck.
I think for me personally, whenever I'm progressing my bench, 5 kilos can sometimes feel like 15. So sometimes 2.5 is exactly what you need.
I think he's got more than 2.5 there.
I think he's definitely got more than
Like a
2.5
pretty
there.
easy opener right there.
Very easy opener.
Referees like it.
Jacob looks
White
very
lights.
confident there with him as well. Minhal coming up next, 107.5. It's really great here, as we were saying before, seeing so many of these 74s lift close to their personal best, not only on their seconds and thirds, but also their openers.
With close to the squad of the session. And the bar is loaded.
Here he comes. Let's see if he can bring that same confidence that he had in squats into bench. You will see our spotter here, Jason, just asking some of our lifters if they do want a handout. Some opt not to, as we mentioned before. Some take that handout. I've seen a lot more trend recently of lifters opting to not have a handout. Particularly in our lighter weight classes, you can find that they're set up. Wonderful press there.
The coach thinks it's nice. Referees also Nice.
Very good lift there. You can see that in our lighter weight classes, they have very particular setups to get themselves into positions, not only with their feet, but also their shoulders. So having that hand out can sometimes throw them a little bit off. I do
Also
always...
then very reliant on someone else to sort of put you into position rather than just yourself, so it can
Bars
definitely throw you
loaded,
off if it doesn't
110
feel great.
kilograms for
Yeah.
Trenton Cooper.
Trenton coming out now for 110 kilos, also opting for a handout. I think it's really important for our coaches as well to talk to the lifters and say, hey, when you come out, make sure you are really verbal with the spotter and loader. Tell them exactly what you want. It can really help to make sure that you get that right lift off. Do you want it heavy or light? How far out do you want it? Lovely press there. Good lift there.
That is
Michael with a little head nod.
opening attempt.
Looks pretty happy with his lifter there.
We move on now to Brendan.
Brendan coming out now
130
with
kilograms.
130 kilos. This is 10 kilos off his best lift.
$130 opening attempt for Brendan. And the bar
is loaded here.
Loaded.
Ready for Brendan to
Let's
come
go,
out.
Brendan.
What you will find as well with the bench press, a little bit different to, say, the squat and the deadlift, as well as changing the arm height. The spotters and loaders will also have to change the safety height. Sometimes does mean the bench setup can take a little bit longer. Gives the lifters a little bit more rest. Good press there, a little bit of a slide back on the bench. I think that's just the foot
What do we
pressure
think
that he had, yeah, and that is 3 white lights.
It's a good lift.
Very happy with that.
Another
We've
5
got
kilos
Jackson
goes
coming
on
out
the
now
bar,
for
135
135.
for Jackson.
Very close to his personal best again. As we mentioned at the start of this session,
Bars loaded.
these 5 lifters are very close together.
I can imagine the ultimate outcome between them
Solid
will be
opening attempt
very
here,
much so
135 for Jackson.
determined
Let's get
by the
behind him.
final deadlift.
I think that will be the case. Looking at their subtotals so far, they are all within that 30 kilo mark of each other. Very good bench there. Alex with the little head nod, pretty happy with that. 3 white lights.
Good lift.
And we are moving back to the start of the flight with Abby,
Bench press with Abby.
35 kilos for her
kilos.
second bench attempt.
Awesome first attempt.
35 kilos will put her
Susan
into
added another
personal
5
best
kilos to
territory.
the
The 30 kilos moved very quickly. I am pretty confident that this will move the same, but we will see.
Bars loaded.
You may see as
Let's hear
well
it for
that
Abby.
our referees
Let's go, Abby.
have moved
35
positions between the
kilos,
squats and the
second
bench, taking a little bit of a different vantage point.
The head ref will be primarily determining depth, elbow depth, which is a relatively new rule that we have with the IPF.
Moved well there. I'm not too sure whether her head came off the bench or not, but
good lift.
we did see that with 1 yellow. Yep, and I can see the ref indicating there that was her head.
The same weight now for Susan.
Setting up the blocks for the bench again.
Now
for
Susan showed great determination.
Susan
and grit
coming
in
out
the
for that
squats. The 4 bar
35
is
kilo
loaded
will
for
give her
Susan.
2.5
Let's get behind her on
kilo
this
PB.
one. Smoked her opening bench press.
Matching with Ben. Blue and pink socks.
Love to see it.
I love a good pair of colourful socks.
I know you love colourful socks. Very funky socks. Have you got any funky socks on today?
I am wearing my PlayStation socks, I think.
Not as funky as they could be.
Take some inspiration, I think, from Susan here. Beautifully combined on the way down there.
It's a good lift.
Beautiful,
She's gone 2
beautiful
for 2
lift.
on bench press. Next weight on the bar for Alana is 50 kilos.
We've got Alana
5
coming out
kilo
next
jump
with
from
50
her first
kilos.
attempt.
This
Successful
will
attempt at 40.
also be a personal best.
Bars loaded for Alana.
After Alana, we'll have Shane, Jack, Ben, and Jonah. Alana's 45 did move very well, so we'll see how this 50 moves here.
Very clean.
Plenty of power right
Very,
there.
very good there.
It's a good lift.
2 white lights.
2 white lights,
2 to 1.
one there looked like the
That's all you
referee
need.
was indicating.
Next lifter
Not
up
too
is
sure, actually.
Shane at 75 kilos.
Might be just raising of the shoulder off the bench.
About to open his account.
Raising of the head is
Bars
one
loaded,
that you will get
75
yellow lights
kilos
for, but if
Shane.
you move the shoulders or the
Let's get behind him.
buttocks
Let him
off
help him
contact
lock in
with the
his
bench, you
opening
can get
attempt.
red lighted for that.
Given that was from the head ref position, it certainly seems like it would have been shoulders.
Got Shane coming out here for 75. He did miss his first opener on 65, but it flew. Just jumped the command, so we're hoping here that take those commands and hit this 75 here for us.
Shows great control.
Very good. Waited for the commands there, and that is 3
And it's 3
white lights.
white lights. He's on the board.
He's very happy with
75
that.
kilos.
I feel like that was a great choice there to take the
And
10
that
kilo
brings us
jump.
back to Jack.
Now
at
we've got Jack
85
coming out
kilos.
for 85 kilos. Jack has hit a PB of 87.5 previously. I know that in
Bars loaded
South
for
Africa
Jack.
was a little bit lower than his personal best. So we'll see how he goes now with his second attempt. Lovely bench there by Jack.
Good lift.
3
3
white
white
lights.
lights.
Beautiful.
Weight stays the same now for Ben at 85 kilos.
Jack's got on the Centurion Titan soft suit. It's one of my
Bars
favorites.
loaded.
Used to train with a gentleman who also had that soft suit.
Do you
Here
have
we
that
go.
soft
Ben,
suit?
No.
85 kilos.
You've
Second
missed out.
attempt bench press.
It's a very funky soft suit to go with some funky socks, Christian.
I'll just stick with the old Inzo, I think. We've got Ben here with 85 kilos now. This is a little 2.5 kilo PB for Ben. The first did move quite well. We'll see how this one travels.
Oh, that flew off the chest.
Very, very solid. Looked smooth on the way down and smooth on the way up.
Referees like that. It's a good lift.
Great work by Ben there. Coach is very happy as
On
well. Big
deck
high
now, we
five.
have Jonah Strickland.
We've got Jonah coming out.
10-kilo jump to 105 kilos.
105 for Jonah.
Bars loaded for Jonah. Let's go. 105 kilos.
As we said before, big crowd support for Jonah. About half of them have got their phones out for the recording.
This will be a nice little 5 kilo personal best for Jonah.
Wait for the command. Wait. Push like the top.
Looked very good. 3 white lights. Coach very happy there.
Good lift. 107.5.
Be interesting to see where he
is
goes
the
for
weight on the
his
bar for
third. That
Josiah.
looked very strong. Maybe a 10.
Almost too easy.
Maybe takes a 10. We'll see. We've
Bars
got
loaded.
Josiah coming out now, 107.5. This will take him into a little 2.5 kilo PB. Being coached here by Jacob. Jacob obviously has a lot of international experience. It's always good to have a handler in your corner who has that experience and that knowledge that they can share with you on the stage at local, national, international competitions.
Immaculate technique there from Josiah.
Good lift there, 3 white lights.
Oh, it's 3 white lights. Looking forward to see what
We've got
comes
Minhal coming out
with
next
in
for
the third
115.
round. Now we go to 115
Another 2.5 kilo
kilos for
PB
Minhal.
if he can secure this lift.
Bars loaded. Let's keep this going for Minhal now. Let's go. 115 kilos.
Lock it in, come on.
Big breath as he takes the bar.
Very smooth on that ascent.
Oh, if you like that, let me hear it. Good lift.
Looking very happy with himself there.
Trenton Cooper up next. at
Trenton up next with 117.5. We'll see how he
Brendan
goes.
Jackson. Bars loaded. 7.5 kilo jump here for Trenton. He's going big.
Trenton coming out, just letting Jason know. Give me the same again.
He locks it
Nice
down.
smooth
The
lift there.
referees also like it. That's a good lift.
Pretty happy.
Brendan Do 137.5 kilos is up next. This is the battle here tonight, guys.
Got Brendan coming
versus
out.
Jackson at the moment. This is a hot competition in the bench press.
137.5, taking a 7.5 kilo jump.
Bars loaded. Brendan 137.5 kilos. Let's hear some noise, people.
MC G'ing up the crowd.
Oh, just got stuck there. Safety saved him as well as the spotters, so thank you for that.
Good attempt.
Good work,
Not
spotters
quite
and
there.
loaders.
He'll come back out.
It's always important when you do give your rack heights in as well. When you
Weight on
start
the
the day
bar
off,
now
make sure you
moves
give
to
rack heights that will actually save you.
142.5
I'm notorious
kilos
for not doing
Jackson.
that. You've seen me not do that.
Yes, I have. It's not only for your safety, but also safety of spotters and loaders
And the
too.
bar's
Very
loaded.
true.
We've got Jackson coming out now, 142.5. Once again, talking to our spotters and loaders, just letting him know how he wants it. Maybe slightly differently from how it went last time. Can sometimes be the case. You might find something works well the first time, but you want it slightly differently. Very tight on the bench there. Beautiful.
Oh, what do we think of that?
Big crowd noise behind us there for him. You can see when he unracked the bar there, his arms were shaking a little bit. Sometimes you'll find, particularly when you've got all that tension in the bench, can give you the shakes a little bit.
Everyone safe and keep the competition going.
And we're going to move back to the start of our flight here, back with Abby, taking a 2.5 kilo jump up to 37.5, and then we'll have Susan, who's also taking the 2.5 kilo jump to match.
Last round of benches here.
Abby.
Let's get behind all the lifters. Abby is up first with 37.5 kilos. And
Obviously,
the
we've got
bar
Abby and Susan here
is
today
loaded.
as guest lifters in our Special Olympics.
Abby is having a very good day though. If she can secure this lift, it'll be 6 for 6 so far.
Just hesitated a little bit off her chest there and didn't get it all the way down. You could hear the coach say,
Abby will be
down,
back
keep
later
going.
on in the deadlifts.
But just then
We
couldn't
now
get it
keep
off
the
her
weight the
chest. That's
same and
3
we go to
reds there.
Susan Marcus.
Going to Susan now,
2 for 2 so
37.5.
far on the bench press. And the bar is loaded for Susan. Let's get behind her and make some noise.
coach say weight there for Suze? Unfortunately, not today for Susan.
Bar looked like it just rolled forward just a little bit.
Next, we are jumping up to 60 kilos for Alana.
Alana up next, taking 60. This will give her 120 kilos subtotal if she takes it. If she does hit this, this is a big
Bars loaded for Alana.
personal best. Taking a
Do we
15
think she's
kilo
got this?
PB.
Let's make some noise now. Let's go, Alana. Let's get behind a big lift here.
Not today. Oh, didn't see the ref. I wonder.
Great
Okay.
work there by the squatters, keeping everybody safe.
Spotters are very quick with the saves today, which is
Now,
fantastic.
sorry, Shane Mann. Shane Mann is our next lift with 85 kilos.
Another very big bench here, if we can secure this one.
Shane with
Bars loaded, let's
85
go.
kilos. This is a huge personal best.
85
Obviously,
kilos
training's
for
been
Shane,
going very well
30
for
seconds.
Shane. Shane just jumped the command there. His head did pop up off the bench as well, which might have been there, but yeah, unfortunately 3 reds there.
Finishes
However, a
with a 75 kilo
big
bench.
75
Now we go
kilo
Jack
bench.
Carroll at 90 kilos.
Now we've got Jack coming out. Did
Beautiful
mention
lifting.
before, his personal best is
It's an
87.5. This would be a
absolute pleasure to
2.5
watch.
kilo
Let's go,
PB.
Jack, bars loaded.
See if Jack can bring all of his experience here. Go on, Jack. All the way. Beautiful.
Good grind.
It's a
Takes
big
the rack
grind.
now.
Wait for the referees. Look
We'll
at the
see what they
lights.
say. Oh. Unfortunately, 2 reds there. I believe that was for downward movement.
Jack finishes on the bench press at 85
When you do
kilos.
press
She'll
your
be
bench, if the
will go
bar
up very,
does
very
move
soon.
downwards at all, in the course of it being pressed out, unfortunately that will end up with a red light.
Now Ben, 90 kilos.
We have got Ben coming out next with 90 kilos here.
All right, bar is loaded. Let's make some noise for Ben.
This will be a 7.5 kilo personal best. He's already beaten his personal best. He's hit that 85, so another 5 kilos here would be wonderful. It did move well, so we'll see how this one travels.
This is our second last Special Olympics lifter for bench. We have Ben, and then after Josiah we have Jonah.
Hit the rack on the way up there, but still managed to press it out. And he gets those 3 white lights. That is a huge 7.5 kilo PB there for Ben, which is wonderful. We've got Josiah coming out now. He's taking a 5 kilo jump here. He's looked very confident so far with the bench. That calm confidence coming out. We'll see how this one travels. This will be a nice personal best for him here. Jacob giving him that encouragement there. Thirds media crew down here in front of us, capturing those moments for our lifters and our coaches. Lovely grind there. Oh, I think that is going to be 3 white lights, but we'll just confirm.
Right on the money. 3 white lights for Joe.
Beautiful. 3 white lights for Josiah.
Now let me hear it. We're up to Jonah.
Jonah coming out now for 115.
115
Be a 15 kilo
for Jonah
best for him.
Strickland.
He looks to have taken some
And the
consistent
bar
jumps between his
is
first, second,
loaded.
and third.
The bar, they've said bar's loaded, but it's not quite loaded yet. We'll reset the timer there.
Bar's not loaded. Okay, now the bar is loaded.
Reset the timer there.
Now let's bring the noise back up for Jonah.
Jonah coming out now. The last of our Special Olympics lifters in this bench session.
Oh, yes! Blink and you miss it. Look at the power there, people. Oh,
Unfortunately not. That is 3
unfortunately,
reds.
he
We've got
didn't
yellow
wait
cards
for the
there.
referee signal at the end of the lift. So
Jump the
this one
command
getting
at the
it up
end,
there
I'm
pretty
afraid.
simply and easily at the end. It is
Now
a no.
we've got Trenton coming out for
Trenton Cooper is up
120
now at
kilos.
120 kilos for his final attempt. And the bar is loaded.
Trenton will be followed by Min, who's also coming out for 120.
That looked a little too easy for a third.
Let's wait for the referees.
And 3
Good
white
lift.
lights too. Brilliant.
But like we mentioned at the start, sometimes just going
Trenton so
9
far
for
has
9,
gone
build that
6 from
total,
6. Beautiful lift.
ends off with a
Weight
315
stays the same,
subtotal.
120 kilos. The lifter changes
Slowly
to
chipping
Manal,
away, which
and
we
the
love to
bar
see.
is loaded.
Sorry, what was that?
Slowly chipping away.
Yes, slowly chipping away is the,
Slow and steady wins the race, Christian.
yep. Sometimes you can find that
When
lifter
bar
that does the
closes
9 out
forward,
of 9
the
and
lifter
builds that
has
total.
60 seconds to get to the platform
Can
and
creep
begin
up
the
on you
lift.
without you noticing. You might be focusing on a different battle and take them out of the equation. Min's having a very good day so far. We'll see how this 120 moves. Very good press there. You did hear the coach maybe just say easy.
The
Both of those
referees
lifters.
like it. What do we say,
Very
everybody?
easy, hey.
Good lift.
He
So,
is also very happy, big cheesy grin on his face.
Now, 1, 2 lifters.
So he
for
finishes with a
this
subtotal of
fight. We've got
337.5.
Brendan
Now we've got
at
Brendan coming out with
137.5.
137.5. We'll see how he goes. And then we've actually got Jackson
When Brendan
coming
gets
out
here, let's make
after.
a bit of noise. Let's see
I
if we
did
can get him
mention
over the line on this
before
one.
that we have Jesse, I think, is opening up on the bench
Bars
record,
loaded.
but
Make some
before
noise
he
for
even comes to
Brendan,
do that,
137.5
Jackson's going to have a
kilo.
crack at it. But up now we've got Brendan, 137.5. See if he can rectify the error from his second attempt. Much better. We'll see what the refs say for that one. It did look very good from here. Yep. You may get those 3 white
He
lights.
fixes that up from his second attempt, and he gets the
And he
credit for
finishes with a
137.5.
342.5
We now
kilo subtotal.
jump
I'm
up
very interested in the
to
fight between Brendan and Min, actually.
147.5 kilos
They
for
are
Jackson.
only 5 kilos
Jackson
apart,
is the last
so I'll be
lifter
interested
in
to see
this
how that
fight.
goes moving into the deadlifts. Quite a few of these gentlemen are lifting
Bar is loaded.
over 200 as their opener deadlifts. Right, we've got Jackson coming out now, coming out to try and take the bench record at 147.5. This would be a big 10 kilo personal best for him as well, which would be fantastic. just see there his
Oh,
leg
that's
drive,
enough.
and
Looks like
he's
a
got that
crocodile. 3 white
beautifully.
lights.
3
And that
white
battle
lights.
keeps on getting hotter.
So we're jumping on to flight B now.
We
So
now
we've got
go
Alfred
down,
coming
drop
out
the
on
bar
our
down to
under
80 kilos. This is the
59s,
start
and
of
then
the
we will be
second
jumping back
flight.
into our 74
Alfred
kilo class.
will be our first lifter with attempting 80 kilos for his opening bench press.
80 kilos here, I believe,
Bar
is
is
pretty
loaded.
close to his personal
Alfred,
best. Is that
80
right,
kilos.
Corinne?
Only 5 kilos off his personal best.
I did see Alfred chatting to someone between squats and bench, and he seemed pretty calm, confident in
Yep.
himself.
Very secure. Very happy with himself so far.
So he's looking like he could put together a nice little total today. We'll just see how this bench moves.
Oh, that looked quite effortless.
Did look very easy for him there.
opener for Alfred.
Yeah, Victor looks very
Good lift.
confident there. Big smile.
Carl is up next at
I did
100
actually speak to
kilos.
Alfred after he finished his squats, and he did say this was the first comp that he's gone 3 for 3 on
Carl
squats.
squatted
So
210
Well, there you go.
kilos earlier on
See?
and is opening
Say it again.
at
You build that
100 kilos on
total.
the bench press.
you're going to make that a running theme, aren't you?
I wasn't, but now I will.
You now will.
We've got Carl coming out next, opening on a nice round 100 kilos to get us started. Now, Carl has hit a personal best of 112.5.
A little wonky landing on his chest,
And
but
that is
3
a
for
good
3.
lift. Opening attempt there.
3 white lights there.
We now move to 105 kilos for Oscar.
Bench, a little bit like squat, I do find sometimes you will have lifters that favour one side. You might see a lifter that has a little bit of a preference to one side. Particularly when it gets a little bit
Bars
tough,
loaded
you might
for
shift
Oscar.
to your left or your
Let's
right.
give him a hand.
We've got Oscar
105
coming out now,
kilos for Oscar for
105.
his opening attempt.
Oscar, like Carl, has a personal best of 112.5. Some cheers coming from the back of the crowd there for Oscar. How did that move, Corinne?
Very quick, but we do have a red light from the centre ref.
The chief referee saw something that
Blue
people on the side didn't.
normally
That is a good
indicates
lift.
the downward movement, or it could be the failure
Next
to
weight,
press
we
the bar
jump
with your elbows
to
locked out.
115 kilos.
I couldn't see her indicate
Bars
anything
loaded
there,
for
so I'll keep a lookout next time. We've got Cran coming out now, 115.
Just under his best bench.
One thing that you will see on bench, a lot of lifters like to use a lot of leg drive.
It does help to anchor themselves into the bar,
Pretty
into the
solid
bench, I
opening
should say.
attempt there.
So you will see, that's a good lift there for Quang, good job. You will find they might wear a different set of shoes that you would see normally. Her Quang, they're wearing Hyper V's. Other brands are available.
No, they're not.
Lance coming out now. Now Lance
Bars loaded for Lance.
had a little message from Nay. Trains out at X Gym. I think I was telling that he was at a Hunter, but sorry about that. Trains out at X Gym. So thank you for that, Nay.
Thanks, Maybell.
Lance opening up at 117.5. Now,
Most recently hit 115 in competition, but 125 is their best.
Lance does have a very big deadlift as well.
He does.
Beautiful bench there.
Solid opening
So
attempt
getting
there
his
for
benches
Lance.
in here will really help support him when he does come to
Referee's
those
waving
deadlifts.
two, good lift. Weight stays the same now.
That
for
extra
Joaquin.
2.5 or 5 kilos can
Habanero.
really make that difference when we do get to thirds a little bit later on this evening. Joaquin coming out now for the
Bar
same
is
weight.
loaded.
He has a PB in IPF competitions at 120 kilos. Can hear big wedge coming there from the coach. Oh, just a little bit of a bobble, but recovered it.
Plenty of speed
Very
there.
speedy.
Very speedy.
Team.
At the start there, it did seem like he lost his position a little bit, but you will find as well in comp, as long as you, he's just mentioning there that his wrist's twisted, I think. You will find, as long as the ref hasn't given you the start
Bar is
command,
loaded for
you
Paul at
can
120 kilos.
reset yourself. Paul coming out now for 120. One of our spotters and loaders nearly fell off the stage there, if anyone saw that on stream.
Let's not have any additional injuries, please.
Paul also, like Lance, does have quite a big deadlift. So getting these kilos now will be very beneficial for him. Very strong there. That moved just how you want it to move for an opener.
Everything looked good
It's
there.
always
Three-way
interesting
lights.
watching competitors who've cut down their weight class, see how much strength they're actually able
Opening
to
bench
retain.
press, 130 kilos.
You've seen Paul compete before.
We
I
are
have seen
watching
Paul
the
compete
junior men under 74 kilos. That is bars loaded for Jack.
Very confident lifter.
These are
Very
the
composed
best
as
under
well.
23, under 74 kilos.
We've got
in
Jack coming out now for
Australia.
130 kilos. With his lifts at the moment, Jack is looking at a forecasted total pretty close to his best ever total, so having a good day. Let's get this bench on the board and we'll see where we go from there. Very nice opener.
Seemed like any problems there for Jack. That's a good lift. Daniel Burford is up next at 135 kilos. It's 135. Bars loaded for Daniel.
And here comes Daniel. Daniel is having a wonderful day on the platform today. Once again, fist bumping the spotters and loaders, being very particular about the way that he would like his hand out.
Same as this squat, fist bumping the spotters and
That's
loaders.
right.
Like we said at the start, that routine can really help. Nice little gentle lift out there. Just clip the rack, I think, there on the left, but still move very well. Yeah, three white lights, we'll see. Yeah, he's mentioning to his coach there a little bit of a shuffle, probably on the bench. We've got Ben coming out next for 137.5. I do believe this is the personal best for his opener. Is that correct?
Yes, by 2.5 kilos.
Thought I lost you then.
Sorry. I'm just mesmerized by all these wonderful benches.
Now, Ben did look very solid in his squat, very composed. And that looked fantastic. He's setting up for a very good day.
Good lift.
That
Comes
same composure is being carried forward from squats into
Now
bench
let's
press.
get ready for this.
A little
folks.
bit of a
1,
push on his back there.
5,
Don't know whether he
5.
just
He's
maybe
going
tweaked
over
something.
the bar.
Now, this is
For
Jesse
Jesse.
coming out. He is opening up at
Bar
155.
is loaded.
We did just
Big open
see
bench press attempt here
this
for Jesse.
record
Let's get
be
behind him.
broken
Make
in
a bit of
flight
noise.
A. Let's see if Jesse here can take it back. If he hits this one at 155, he's probably going to try and extend this bench record. He has hit this in his most recent competition.
Oh, that is the bench pressing, people. 155 like it's nothing.
That was a good bench opener there. I do believe that he is going to extend that.
Alfred at 85
Because he
kilos.
does have a best bench that was mentioned on the stream, if you saw it on the right hand side, of 170. So we'll see
Bars
if he can
loaded for
extend
Alfred,
that.
85 kilos.
Alfred coming back out now for 85. This will match his personal best. He's looked very good so far. We'll see if that continues with our second bench.
Great second attempt
there by Alfred.
Kilos. Up next is Carl.
Just having a look at
Close the bar to 105
Jesse's bench. We were
kilos.
just having a chat then, me and Quinn. Where did he hit that 170?
At the SPD Cup last year.
Bar is loaded for
Very
Carl.
good competition in the SPD Cup.
Very, very good. And it's worthwhile mentioning, we do have SPD as our sponsor for APA Meganauts. And City Strength, of course, as well, in tandem.
Carl now, 105. Good little press there. I think much like his first, his left arm does come a little bit lower than his right. He still does make bench, but we've got a red light there with a blue.
Referees say good lift, 2 to 1.
No indication from the head ref, but maybe just locking his
Oscar's
arms
up
out
now at
there. It was a
115
blue
kilos for his
light.
second bench.
As I did say, one
For the
side
switch
was a
of
little bit
105
lower than the other.
up.
Could be
The
the
bar
same.
is loaded for
We've got Oscar
Oscar.
coming out now with 115.
Usually, unless the coach asks for the reasoning behind the card or the red light, we won't really see that indication otherwise. But
I think as well today, particularly the fact that we do have our 3 platform rests, but there isn't a jury, so I think some coaches may feel handlers, if they do get the 2 white lights, then hey, we'll take that white light, we'll take that lift and go from there. Very good bench
Now
there.
that is power. Look at that, 115
and
flies
just
up.
like that, Oscar secured a
The
2.5
referees
kilo
like
PR
it.
on
I
the bench
think
press.
Oscar likes it a little bit as well. We've now got Lance
Just quickly,
back to
would
the
like to
platform
mention
with
here at
125
APA Mega
kilos
Nats,
on
whoever's
the
made
bar.
this playlist has done a very good job.
Bar is loaded for
It is
Lance.
very, very enjoyable.
I'm enjoying the music.
Thoroughly dancing in my little seat at the moment. Having a great time.
Following
I hope
with
everyone
the same
appreciates
weight
it
will
just
be
as much as we do.
Now we've got Lance coming out, 125. Just a little bit of a walk before he takes his seat on the bench.
Once again, fellow training partners from Lance's gym really egging him on today.
They are at the back, I do believe. A big cheer from
Out,
the team
okay.
there, helps get it up.
Referees give it.
Slightly
3
slow
white
on the
lights.
left-hand side, but that does not matter. We've
Good
got
attempt
3 white
there.
lights.
Weight
We'll see
stays
what
the
jump he
same.
takes next
The
for him.
lifter is now
A little bit of
Quang.
work. Like I said at the start, that 2.5 kilo can really make the difference. So we'll see whether he goes 2.5, 5 kilos maybe. We've got Quang coming up now with the same
125
weight,
kilos.
125 kilo. Yeah, Lance has taken that 2.5 kilo jump there.
There we go. Makes sense, just collecting all the kilos that he could possibly get.
Yes.
Building the total. Got Christian shaking his head at me right here.
very, very strong lift there. We'll see where he goes for his third. He did take a 10-kilo jump for his second. You can see the coach just waiting for him to come down and have a chat before they make it.
Weight again, 125 kilos for Joaquin.
Yep, pretty confident, telling the coach there what he thinks he wants.
And the
We've
bar's
got
loaded.
Joaquin coming up next with 125 as well. All three lifters just then taking the same weight.
Self unrack for Joaquin. Very clean.
Oh, lovely. I do like a good bench press.
I do. It's very pretty.
We like that over here.
He's
That
very
was
happy with himself there.
pretty
Big
easy.
fist pumps for coach.
125 there. Good lift. We now go up to
Chunky 5 kilo
127.5.
PB on bench press. Lovely to see.
Bar is loaded for Paul.
For Paul?
127.5
No, for Joaquin.
kilos.
Joaquin, yeah. Paul's going up to 127.5. Best is 125 within IPF. As we mentioned before, Paul has cut down from a heavier weight class into this weight class. It's on trend at the moment, I think. Lots of very high-profile lifters taking big cuts. Beautiful bench press there. Yeah, we've seen Shell do it.
Yes.
Agatha's done it. Who else on the big lifting stage has done it? Evie famously did it to
Yes,
take out
she did.
Sheffield.
Jack Tocknell
Very
now has
successfully.
called for 140 kilos to be loaded on the bar for his second
I think I
attempt.
vote for stop taking weight cuts and start putting weight on.
Bar is loaded for
That's the
Jack.
next direction I think people should take.
He says as he consistently weight cuts into his own weight class.
That's just how you do it. We've got Jack coming up now, 140. Oh, not today. Just got stuck on his
Little
chest
bit
there.
too much that time for Jack.
It's a
I'm
bit
sure
too
he'll fix that
heavy
up on his
coming
third
off the
attempt
chest
and come
there.
back stronger later. We now go to 100.
Maybe a little bit frustrated with himself. I think coach is probably just going to put the same attempt in. I don't know whether that was a technical
And
issue or a
bar
strength
is
issue.
loaded.
Daniel coming out now for
Clap your hands,
142.5.
make some look. Stop, stop, stop. Just chill out for a bit.
Just got the ref just taking a
A little
quick
bit
look
more
at the bar.
drama. And now, bar is loaded. Let's make some noise.
And the bar is loaded now. Sometimes the ref may just take a quick check at the bar if they feel like something might just be a little bit off. Same again. Taking that moment to fist bump all our spotters and loaders.
Well, sometimes accidental misloads do happen, so it's always good for the referee, the head ref, to be on it in terms of just double checking and making sure everything is right. Very light lift out there.
Very quick off the chest and then slowed down as he came up. But
Looks like it's
big thumbs up for coach.
worth the extra time getting that one right. Ben
Lots of
Watson
noise
now
from the back.
145
Now we got
kilos.
Ben coming out for 145. As I said before, Ben is putting together a really great day so far.
This is looking like a 10 kilo PR on bench.
Bar is loaded. Let's
Wow.
hear it, Ben Watson,
I know.
145 kilos.
You don't see that every day.
Lovely bench there by Ben.
Smooth looking attempt there.
Ben is putting together a very good day. Looking at the forecasted totals at the moment, he's giving himself quite a commanding little lead at the moment, which will give him a big advantage coming into deadlifts.
All right, everybody, let's get ready for
Ben's
this
not
one now.
at the
This
top
will be
of our
an Australian
deadlift
Junior
lifts, but
record
he does have quite
loaded
a
on the bar.
quite a
It's
good
going
deadlift. He's not down the bottom, he's not at the top, but he's
163
got that
kilos
lift
for
in the middle that
Jesse
can help him to
When he comes out, I want you to stand
bubble
up.
on.
I want you to
More
make
of a
some
well-rounded
noise. Let's
lifter.
see your Australian record here tonight.
Jesse coming out now for 163. As we mentioned before, he has hit 170 at the SBD
Bar is
Cup,
loaded. Make some noise. Let's go. Australian record time.
but looking very confident in himself here, coming out for that. I've run out. Strong there from Jesse.
That is a national record.
Big noise from the crowd too.
To play with
Oh, he
later
looks
on.
so confident right now, Corinne.
He really does.
Let's
He's
I've
going to go
also
for it.
just realised why that 170 isn't classed as a record. It would have been in the Opens. He would have competed as an
having to
Open.
follow
Ah,
that is
yes.
Alfred.
Was he in the same weight
90
class?
kilos for his third
I don't know.
Do you want to have a look?
Yeah, we'll have a look. I'll get back to you on that.
Bar is loaded for
Thank you.
Alfred. Let's put your
Now,
hands
we've
together.
got Alfred coming
Great
out.
lifting so far
Already
tonight
matched
from
his
Alfred.
personal best. We'll see if he can hit this 90 kilo for a PB. Alfred is looking very confident within himself here.
No, he was not. He was in the 83 class.
Ah, so that's why Jesse didn't have. Yeah, okay. But
There you go.
was he still counted as a junior in the SBD Cup?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. Strong Alfred. Beautiful little grind there at the top. Can hear Victor shouting, stop, 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 wait, 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 wait at the end. Oh, and he gets those 3 white lights.
That's another good attempt.
Beautiful 5 kilo.
Alfred is all by himself
PB
tonight
there.
in the under 59
Alfred is
sub-junior
having a
games.
great day
Putting on a
today.
clinic.
6 for 6 so far.
112.5 kilos now goes on the bar for
He's
Carl.
looking very good. Do
And
you
the
know
bar's loaded.
Alfred's best total there?
Carl,
460
final
is
attempt,
Alfred's best
112.5
total.
kilos.
It's looking like maybe if his deadlifts go well, could be getting close to that. We've got Carl now, 112.5, opting to take a 7.5 kilo jump. Let's see how Carl moves this. No, not today, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, we
good
didn't need
save
to hear
there
my
by the
audible
spotters.
noise, but the spotters certainly
You'll see
saved
Carl
that.
a little later on in the deadlifts. Oscar is up next at 122.5 kilos. He's going to be followed by
Thanks,
Lance
May,
Clank.
again, sending through a message to Corinne, letting us know that he competed in the local session. So that's why it's not a record as well. May, if you want to keep sending us tips and
Let's give a
tricks,
quick round of applause for our
we'll take
referees.
those in. Can always send us an Instagram, and
Let's keep them happy.
if you feel like you've got
Let's keep the
information
white
that
lights
might
going.
support us today.
Bars loaded for
We've
Oscar.
got Oscar now coming out for
122.5 kilos. Let's go,
122.5.
Oscar.
Oscar, this will be a nice 10 kilo PB for Oscar here. He's taking his time to set up here. I do believe he's wearing, are they Avancuses?
I think they're Avancuses.
I've seen those a little bit more frequently around gyms.
It really is either the Avancus or the Hyper 5s. And you won neither.
Did you say Hyper 5s? I thought it was Hyper V.
I think
Is it
it's
a 5?
I think it's 5. V is 5 in Roman numerals. Do you really have one brain cell working in there?
What a beautiful press there by Oscar, 122.5. Gives him a nice 10 kilo PB.
Good attempt.
Oscar
man.
is
3 white
building
lines.
a
Well
very
done.
good day today.
Lance is up
Finishes
next
off on a 335
127.5
kilo
kilos.
subtotal. Setting up well for deadlifts. Now Lance coming out for 127.5. As we did say, probably the 2.5
Bars
kilo
loaded
jump.
for Lance. There we go. Come on, Lance.
With
Let's
the
see
way
if
that
he can collect these kilos. I'm sorry for
I went over you
interjecting
then.
you.
I'm feeling a little bit now at the moment. These 2.5 kilos, particularly with the way that Ben is travelling. I know that that Lance does have a very big deadlift, but could really help him keep in contact. Oh, we've just been thrown a whole bunch of lollipops. Thank you, Abby, for that.
Abby being very generous with the goods today.
Unfortunately, I'm cutting.
No lollipops for you.
Well, maybe I'll save some for Saturday.
That's true. You can have some post lollipops.
I think that there was a fantastic call by the coach.
Wait for the lights.
She does look a bit sceptical. Maybe he had a little bit more in him there, but as we said, take those kilos, take that win, yeah.
For Quang's final attempt.
Particularly, I think after that third squat, getting that extra 2.5 will probably really support him. Here comes Quang coming in now for 130 kilo. We've got our third co-camera crew here, just directing coach to come up on the platform, get a nice little shot, catch the reaction. They've been producing some very good photos so far.
Have you bought your photos, Christian?
Have I?
I've bought your videos.
Beautiful there, 130 by Quang, great work.
And that is another good lift.
Oh, he does look a little tender standing up.
3 wide lines.
Yeah, I think he might have tweaked his back a little bit there, a bit of a shake. Get upstairs, get the massage gun on there.
Could just be a cramp. Might just need some salt.
Salt could be good. Maybe just get upstairs, get that. Do people still use deep heat? Or is that just a me thing?
No, they do. They definitely do.
Could just be that salts as well, particularly if they've had that cut into the class. Getting those salts, electrolytes. Pickle juice.
That's disgusting.
Helps.
I doubt you very much right now.
May, if you're listening. Does pickle juice work? Seeing as you are fact checking, Joaquin has just hit a beautiful bench there. 132.5. Oh, unfortunately not. We've got 3 reds here.
Yeah, I think we all know what happened there.
I think there must have been a miscommand.
Jumped.
Let's move on. 135
Jumped.
kilos for Paul.
Coaches look both
And the
frustrated
bars
and
went
he is
for Paul,
equally as
135
frustrated.
Jumped there,
kilos.
unfortunately. We have, I feel like our handlers are making some very good choices here with our third bench attempts. Paul coming out now for 135. This will be a 10 kilo PB. That was a very nice looking bench there by Paul.
And this time,
Yes,
he's
and he
waiting for
gets
the
those
goal,
3
3
white
wide
lights.
lights. It's a good lift.
We've got Jack coming out next to
Let's
take
now go to
140
140
again.
kilos.
He did get stuck
For
on his
Jack,
chest
repeating his
on the
second attempt.
130.
Let's
and
make a
he-
little bit
sorry,
of
on the
noise
140
Jack.
for his second.
The bar's loaded. Jack
I
needs
don't know whether
this.
it
Let's
was
help him out.
Technical issue or a strength issue, but we'll see. Hopefully he can rectify it here. No, unfortunately not
He gave
there.
it
I
everything
think it
he
was
could, so
strength
give him a
issue.
big round of applause for
Came
Jack.
off his chest this time, but yeah, unfortunately
The
3
next
red
2
lights
lifters
there.
are both going to be attempting 147.5
We've got Ben
kilos.
and Daniel
First up,
coming
we're
out for
going to see Ben Watson.
147.5 here. Now this 147.5 will
loaded.
help them to
Ben
match
Watson, final
Jackson's
attempt.
bench from our Flight A session here. We'll just see here if Ben can take this 2.5 kilo. taking that same 2.5 kilo jump that Lance did, who on projected total is looking like his closest competition. Very strong there. I feel like that might have been a very good choice there from his handling team. Oh, saying he slipped a little bit as well. Still got it.
Daniel
Definitely
is
recovered
up
from that.
next.
Yeah.
A little bit of bench
47.5
depth
kilos.
issue on that second.
You can see Daniel coming out now for the same weight.
And the bar's loaded.
Fist bumps again all round. Love that consistency. It's really telling of a lifter when they're able to come through and demonstrate the exact same execution each and every time. It says a lot about their training, their precision, their efficiency. It's brilliant to see.
Drive through.
Oh, he keeps it moving through the
Wonderful
lockout.
grind there. And
It's a grind,
we
and it's
have
a
those
good
3
win.
white lights. Now we've got Jesse coming out next. Now Jesse, as we mentioned before, hit 107. Oh my goodness, 170 at SPD Cup. He's coming out for 170.5. This will be a record in the bench press and will also chip that bench that he did at SPD Cup. Could be a tactical game, could just be, hey, I want to beat that last bench that I
The
did.
whole weight class lighter.
The bar's loaded.
That's very,
Australian record
very
attempt to
impressive.
go above his own. Makes the mark.
Looking very confident here coming out.
The crowd is absolutely with him.
Alex up there, giving him that boost, that little pep talk on the way up. Drive, Jesse. Oh, no, unfortunately not today.
Looked like it pushed forward just a little bit there
Yeah.
in his grip.
Did come off his chest, probably be a little bit disappointed by that. And that brings us to the end of our bench session. We're very much looking forward to our deadlifts. We've got Ben taking the lead at 635, Lance behind on 602.5, Paul on 600. This could be a very, very tight battle at the end. So bring us back after a quick break of 10 minutes and we'll have our deadlift session.
Deadlift battle in the under 74.
final lift is the deadlift. This is an exciting lift to watch, and the competition lead may change several times throughout. To perform a deadlift, the bar is simply lifted straight from the ground. Once complete, the athlete receives the down command, returning the bar to the floor. A good lift is awarded where knees, hips, and shoulders are locked. There was no downward movement of the bar. The thighs did not support the bar during the lift. The bar remained in the hands until it is in contact with the platform. Pay particular attention to ambitious attempt selections during this lift, as athletes and handlers push their total to secure their placing in the competition.
The final lift of the day, the session. It's been a long day of lifting, but we are excited for us to kick things off with our Special Olympics deadlifts. We're going to kick things off in just 5 seconds, starting with Abby, opening at 60 kilos on her deadlift. This is a very big
Are we ready
personal
for
best
some
on
big
opener
deadlifts?
for Abby.
Bar is loaded at 60 kilos for Abby Warden.
That was so
Such
smooth.
control.
Great
That's a
little
good
opener
lift
there for Abby.
Susan Marcus is up next with 75 kilos for her opening attempt deadlift.
Susan, 75 kilos here. She has hit 82.5 kilos previously. So if we take those jumps, sort of similar to how she's been doing today, those 5 kilo jumps, we should probably see a personal best attempt on her third.
We can't keep seeing personal best attempts on their first. It's
Bars loaded for
ridiculous.
Susan,
Everyone's so
75
strong
kilos.
today. Once again, colourful socks coming out.
Let's make some noise. It's a good lift.
Susan gets that and secures her
Locks in the
total for the day.
Susan.
So
We now go to
she
Ben at 80 kilos.
is probably looking, I'll see how we go, but maybe a 5 kilo jump. We've got Ben coming out now with
Bars
an
loaded
80
for
kilo
Ben.
jump.
We expect him to take some big jumps
80
between
kilos,
his
let's
deadlifts,
make a bit of
120
noise
being
for him.
his best.
If he matches his squats, he was taking big jumps there, so we'll see how that goes. Ben competing in our under 105 Special Olympics Open Men. Very speedy deadlift
Well,
there.
now that looks pretty easy,
It did look very easy.
and that's a good lift.
Good lift there.
90
We've
kilos
got
now
Alana
is
coming out
loaded.
for 90. Now, Alana is very close to her personal best here. Has done a 92.5 kilo deadlift before. So we'll see how this one moves and see
And
where
the
we go
bar's
next.
loaded. 90 kilos for Alana's opening deadlift. Strength to spare on that one. It's a good lift.
3 white lights there for Alana.
That is a total.
I think we've got mum and dad here in the front row.
Shane is up now at 125
Blowing kisses.
kilos.
Got Shane now
That's
coming at
two big red weights
125.
and the
This
colours
is
of-
opening at a personal best. Shane competing in our 120 plus Special Olympics M1 men.
Shane, man, your bar is
Just missed
loaded.
his last bench. He's had a very solid day so far.
We haven't highlighted this admittedly, but we do have a couple of Masters lifters competing within the Special Olympics, which is a feat in and of itself.
Just took a little bit of time there to lock out and get his shoulders back. A little shake of the head, but I think we can rectify that next time.
Just a bit of a wobble on that one. Strength certainly wasn't the issue.
Coach just
We now
asking
move
if he's
to
all right.
Jack Carroll,
Let's see how he
opening
goes. We've
deadlift
got
at
Jack coming out now for
130
130. Jack has hit 150 as his previous best, and I think that's what he hit in South Africa as well at Commonwealths. We'll see how he goes today, opening at 130. Following Jack, we'll have Jonah coming out for 160.
Bar's loaded for Jack.
Bar is
130
loaded
kilos.
here, ready for Jack, so here he comes. In that soft suit that I do like with the Crusader on the front. Good solid lift there by Jack.
Easy opener there for Jack. 3 white lights.
3 whites,
That's
happy
his
with
total.
himself there, bit of a
That is
fist
your
bump.
national champion right there, folks.
Jack secures the total with his opening deadlift.
Jonah is up now, opening on a massive 160
Jonah coming out now,
kilo
120
deadlift.
plus.
Where's the
Special
Jonah
Olympics
fans again?
Opens men. Big crowd cheers from Jonah.
Bars loaded for Jonah. Let's go.
We've got a few members of our crowd with their Team Jonah shirts on.
I think they've even taken up 4 rows now.
Have they come forward? Yes, they have. Oh, wow. That was fast there from Jonah. And that is 3 white lights. 160 kilo there, secures his total. We've got Brendan coming out now, opening at 190.
Bars loaded.
We've got Brendan now coming, 190.
Quite close to Brendan's max or best deadlift attempts.
What do you say? 3 white lights. That's a good attempt.
3 white lights there, nice and secured. And now we are moving on to Trenton, opening with 200 kilos on his deadlift.
Nice 200 kilo opener.
Nice round number.
It will be interesting here looking at our openers.
Bars loaded for Trenton.
As we did mention before, these 5 lifters here are all within our under 74 kilo class. So we could see these lifters set their totals and then give the lifters in the next session some targets if they are little battles coming in. Lovely little lift there by Trenton for his 200 kilo opener.
Good lift. 2
Got
to
a
1.
1 red light there for downward motion, I believe.
The bar remains at 200 kilos for Jackson.
Can see in this flight here that at the moment Jackson is looking at a forecasted place of 7th.
And
So
the
there
bar's
will be
loaded
some
for
people within the next flight who might be looking at his total, seeing what he's going to hit. Here comes Jackson. Big now cheer from the crowd there. Also opening at 200 kilos. Very speedy.
That's a good lift.
Alex looking impressed there. His handler
205
today.
kilos now for
We've
Bernard.
got Min coming out next. 205. The referees have moved position, so unfortunately I have heads in the way where the scoreboard is. I've got to do a little bit of a
205
lean.
kilos. Bernard, let's go.
205.
I'll keep track of the scoreboard for you. It's in a really nice position for me. Your larger head is probably slightly obscured.
See how this moves.
Beautiful.
Lovely deadlift there. One thing
Another good lift.
I
Easy
did
opening
point
there,
out
Bernard.
to you in the
Louis
squats,
up next, 240 kilos.
Minhart
Just
wears
a
his
reminder,
belt
we
upside
are
down.
watching under 23.
Yes, that is. I've also seen people wear their belt back to front.
Some people on the deadlift might wear their belt in a different position. Some might wear it a little bit higher up
We've got
towards their
240
chest.
kilos on the
Some a
bar.
little
We've
bit
got
lower,
Josiah
some around the
and
middle.
Or
the
some not at all.
bar is loaded.
Some may find that it can impinge when they have that belt on. We've got Joe coming up now.
Heaviest deadlift for this flight.
Opening at 240. We'll see how this moves.
Joe's best deadlift is 250, so we are in close proximity here.
Oh, fantastic opener there. We'll see what the rest of Jacob with the big head nod there, very happy.
And it's a good lift.
Headphones back,
Start of
happy.
the
He
second
looks
round
happy.
now. Abby Morton is
Confident.
taking it up to 70 kilos.
I do like the Strength Club team here. They work very well as handlers together.
It's really nice to see coaching teams with multiple different handlers all sort of work in unison. They're not sort of working against each other. They really are a collaborative team.
That club as well. I think a lot of gyms have that environment at the moment. I know personally, coming from Queensland before Melbourne, a lot of the guys from the Performotion team work quite closely together. Obviously we've got the team from Hunter here, got quite a few lifters. I know here in Sydney, obviously we've got the breakthrough lifters as well as the lifters from Alpha Athlete. Having those handlers also, I feel, in competition like this as we grow here in Australia as APLA, is really lifting the quality of our handlers as well. We had a lovely team go last year, both to Open and Junior Worlds. We've got Abby now coming out for 70 and moves it like there's nothing there. What a fantastic deadlift. Gently down as well. 3 white lights.
She doesn't even cross her thought. Nice and easy. Walk in the park.
I think maybe another 10 kilo there. We'll see what coach puts in. See her having a chat there with Abby just to decide what's going on.
Susan is coming up next, taking 80 kilos on her second.
As we were saying, like having handlers and coaches working together in this environment really does boost our sport. I'm hoping this year that a few of us will qualify to go to Equip Worlds and work together as a team.
Rather than have you on your own, isolated in Iceland.
Like isolation, it's good for you. Susan here with 80. A nice little 5 kilo jump. Very good deadlift. It's been Susan's jumps today has taken 5 kilos pretty much between all of her attempts, which has worked out really well. Sometimes having that plan before you come in and go, hey look, this is what I want to do today. It's worked for me in the past, it works for me now. We've got Alana coming up now with 100. I think I can feel Dad behind me with the camera.
Let's make some noise. 100 kilo deadlift here now.
You are absolutely right about that. Passionate parents. Love to see that in the crowd.
Oh yeah, it was easy. Look at that. Oh yeah, it's a good lift.
Wonderful deadlift there, nice and smooth. It'll be interesting to see the jump she takes next. I think another 10 kilo for that 110.
Same weight on the bar for Ben.
Ben as well coming out for 100.
Let's go, Ben.
I believe he's taken the exact same jump with squats as he has done now with deadlifts. I could be wrong, but...
Yeah, he did. He did the 80, then the 100, and then for his 30 went for that 130. Unfortunately didn't get it. Oh, very nice. Good job, Ben. That was a wonderful left.
I think the
We'll see now whether he does that same. That 130 would give him that PB. Maybe with the squat with the 130, it might make them think, hey, we're going to do 120. We'll see what they go with.
Had a little bit of a hiccup on his first attempt with this, but the weight looks
We've got Shane coming out now for 125. I think last time was just getting those shoulders locked out.
Bar's loaded for Shane.
And the bar is loaded. Here he comes. Yeah, they have decided to go for that 120 for Ben there. I think that's probably the right call. Don't want to overextend and miss it. We'd rather take that result there. Much better from Shane there. Didn't lose his balance that time, and he gets those 3 white lights.
He's very, very happy.
Everybody's on the board now.
We've got Jack coming out now for 145. Now this will be 5 kilos off his personal best. We'll see how this one moves. I think he's going to move it pretty well, going off his opener. Got that confidence. Yeah, nice. Got his shoulders back, locked himself out.
Oh, there we go.
See if we get that fist pump again. Yes, we do. Hoping now we'll see a PB attempt maybe for his third, and we get to see that fist pump again. Jonah coming out for a 20 kilo jump up to 180. This will be a 25 kilo personal best. the crowd once again. Jonah's cheer squad going.
Coming onto the platform, very determined.
Gets his grip set. Oh, beautiful.
What do we say?
Three white
It's
lights.
a good lift. Let's see where we.
Happy with that one.
Within the third
Very
round.
happy.
Now we're
Brendan
moving
up now
on
at
to Brendan, coming out for
202.5
202.5. I was about to say 0.4 then, but that's not a real number.
Bars loaded
202.5.
for Brendan.
Brendan looking for a 12.5 kilo jump here. I feel like his first moved very well.
His first did move very well, and getting closer and closer to that equal PR territory. We might see him edge that, or perhaps...
Oh, it looked like it was coming out of his hand there.
It
We'll
did.
see whether they got the call first. No, unfortunately not
Unfortunately,
yet.
a couple of technical
Maybe a little bit of an up-down movement then, and then probably just the releasing of the bar from the hand.
You can see it slowly start to trend downwards, particularly if you are in that center ref position.
I find when you're in that position as well, sometimes in your head you're going, give me the command, and that can make it a little bit worse.
Bar is loaded.
We've got 215 now for Jackson. Taking a 15 kilo jump. That was a bit of a unified yeah, Jackson, from the crowd there. It's always nice to have support.
Coach has had a smile on his face the entire day while he's been coaching Jackson. Evidently things have been moving really well.
It's always good to have that confidence.
It is.
Oh, and I can see why he's smiling. Wow.
He's got the head nod going, fist bumps.
That's a big personal best as well there for Jackson. I'm interested to see where he goes from here. Building a nice little total for himself there. Like I mentioned before, Jackson is pushing up. Projected forecasted finish in that 7th place. Obviously, we still do have our second group to lift, but edging ever closer to that 600 kilo total. It would be a 30 kilo jump to get that today. Now we've got Trenton with 220, nice 20 kilo jump. Very nice.
The technique class continues.
Michael with the big clap there. Head nod, very confident. I think they've already decided what they're going to do for their third. No real discussion between coach and lifter there. You've got your plan, you're going to stick to it.
225 kilos.
Minhal coming out for 225. Can see
Bars loaded.
Jackson has actually put in a 10 kilo jump for 225. Oh, I thought Brendan might not have put one in, but he has, 202.5. He'll retake that one. We've got Minhal, like I said before, 225. 225 is such a nice deadlift. Hitting that 4-plate deadlift for the first time is a very satisfying feeling. Remember the first time I did it? Very.
I can't say the same, unfortunately.
And he hits that very well.
That was very smooth, smooth indeed.
Yeah. He today has just been calm, composed.
Really go up now.
Also looks like he's having a really good time. He's enjoying the day. It's not letting it get to his head. He's having a good time on platform.
I think the most important thing for me, he has gone so far 8 for 9 and built that total. Just really, really good. And I think for a lot of these gentlemen in this class here, they're probably all looking at personal bests in totals. Josiah coming out now, a nice 20 kilo jump also up to 260.
It's really easy with juniors and sub-juniors to see a lot of them just take really either big jumps or potentially slightly risky jumps, but I feel like in this session we've seen really mature choices being made both by coaches and also by the lifters themselves.
I think as well with the more knowledge and experience that comes, particularly with our coaches, having that time with the lifters as well really supports them to make those smart choices. Unfortunately, there slipped out of his left hand. I think his grip just went.
It looked like he'd kicked the bar forward a little bit on the way out, which might have made it a little bit more
We're going to see
challenging.
that again on the third.
Smiling there with coach.
Smoke that.
I think just get that grip and he'll be okay. He looks a little disappointed, but
The bar's going to be
I think
clean
we'll get that
now.
back.
before every attempt on this one.
Now, moving into our third attempts on this flight, so these will be our last deadlifts for Flight A today. The difference in this flight that you will see lifting is that as part of our rule set, the bar will be cleaned between every attempt, so it might be a little bit of a break between each session. That's obviously just to help the lifters keep the grip. You can request it to be cleaned when you come out for your first and your second. You may see that particularly in some sessions where we've got lifters that are a little bit closer. We might see it in our second group of 74 men.
Abby Morton, bars loaded.
Abby coming out for an 85 kilo deadlift, which is a 50 kilo personal best. 50.
That's shocking.
We'll see what the refs say here.
Oh,
Moved
look
well.
at the gentleness she puts that down with. Good lift.
2 to 1.
Very, very good.
I think maybe the blue there might have just been supporting the bar on her thighs. Maybe a little bit of ramping.
Same weight, 85 kilos.
But 2 to 1.
She got it.
Got that lift. Susan coming out now. Taking
Last
that
one
5
tonight
kilo
for
jump
Susan
again.
Marcus, bars loaded.
Coach, I can see there jumping up and down,
Let's get
hyping her
after
up.
it, Susan.
Susan coming out now as guest lifter. This will be a 2.5 kilo personal best for her, which would be fantastic to see. I reckon she had a little bit more in her there, Corinne.
There we go. That's a great lift.
Oh my goodness, so excited.
Put your hands together for Susan.
Great lifting today from Susan.
That brings us round to
Gives
Alana
herself a
McKee.
nice
She's going to
175 kilos
110
totaled for the day.
kilograms for her deadlift.
Alana coming out now, 110. This would be a 17.5 kilo
Didn't hear nothing. There is some
total.
weight on the bar.
No,
There is
sorry.
some coloured plates out there.
Deadlift.
Alana's going to walk out here in just a minute
What
with her
total
bars
PB
loaded,
did you say
and
that
she
was
is
for
going to
Susan?
rip
What total
this
did
from
that
the
place
floor,
her at?
and we're all going to cheer.
Gives her a 175 total.
Very nice. If I can math quickly in my head, 20 kilo here.
Lovely.
Very nice.
Now, Alana coming out now for a nice PB deadlift, but she has actually already PB'd her total and extends it even further.
Oh, yeah, make some
What a
noise.
deadlift. And the crowd is going absolutely wild.
She has gotten quite emotional, evidently very, very proud of herself.
What a lift. 220 kilo total. Coach giving her massive props there. That's fantastic to see.
Oh, my.
Ben coming out
That
now,
was
like we
brilliant.
said before,
Ben
rather than
Tippins
taking
up
that
next
30
at
kilo
120
jump like he did on
kilos,
squats, he has
which
done
is
a
the
20
bar
kilo
plate
jump,
for him.
which
We're gonna see more
will
of the
match
same,
his
I'm sure,
PB.
on this final lift. We got a nod? Yeah, we got this.
Spotters and loaders just cleaning the bar there.
All right, bars loaded.
Taking a big breath before he comes up onto the platform. Takes his brace. And he gets that deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
Looks to move
look at that.
forward a little bit there, but I don't think
It's another successful
it matters
attempt. Let's
when you
hear it
get
for
3
Ben.
white lights.
Next up, we have Shane coming for 150 kilos.
This is a 30 kilo total, no, sorry, deadlift PB for Shane as well.
125 was easy on
Now,
his second.
Shane has absolutely destroyed his total record.
He really has. He also missed 130 kilos on his deadlift last competition. So he's already taking a big jump from that
Okay,
125
everybody,
to
here we go,
150,
150
but
kilos.
I think he's got it in
Bars
mind.
loaded, make some noise.
Well, already, Corinne, he's taken a 65 kilo PB total.
I
so
would be happy with that.
This will take him to a 90 kilo PB total.
That's incredible.
Go, Shane! Come on! Come on! Come on!
And he gets that total. Let's just see what the refs say.
Huge fight you're going there for Shane.
And he gets that total! All right, that is a huge PB there for Shane. What a lift. Looked like he got a little bit stuck in the middle, but just ground through it.
Add another 5 kilos to the bar.
We've
now,
got Jack now coming out for
155
155. Now, Jack will look at taking this 155 to beat his previous deadlift of 150. Now, I know at the moment, looking at that total,
That is a good soft suit.
I think this will be better than his competition that he had in South Africa,
I think you're right about that.
Alright, bar is loaded.
which was
155
last year
kilos for
in
Jack. Legs back,
October, I
next to
believe.
ground. Smack your hands together.
Come on, Jack.
Lock it out, Jack.
I think that's going to be a good lift.
Oh,
Yes,
White
a
lights.
lovely
Beautiful.
3 white lights. Ends on a 355 total.
So yes, that
Wonderful
looks like
lifting
a
today.
7.5 kilo PR based on the previous performance.
Moving up from last competition, we just keep taking those
Alright, now
steps
we're
from
gonna
last
add a
comp.
little bit more weight to
Now
the bar
we've got
yet again.
Jonah coming out now for 200 kilos,
what we're looking
which
at,
is a
everybody.
45 kilo deadlift PB.
Jonah.
Also,
On deadlifts alone.
I think on deadlifts alone. Also, I do believe in his last comp he didn't register a squat, so his
In the air
total
for
already
Jonah.
at 375
Let me hear you
is
right
a. Sorry,
Let's
his
make it a little bit
total
louder
already at
for Jonah.
355 is already a 355 kilo total
The
PB.
bar is loaded for Jonah. Let's go.
Jonah's first 2 deadlifts have moved fantastically. The noise in here for Jonah is insane right now. And he gets those 3 white lights. Big hug there with Coach. What a huge deadlift. And that 200 kilo deadlift by Jonah there rounds out our Special Olympics lifters for the day.
207.5 now goes on the bar for
I think the
Brandon.
majority of them today hit personal bests in totals. A lot of them hit personal bests, big personal bests in their single lifts as well, so that's fantastic to see. We move on to our under 74s now. We've got Brendan coming out. Now Brendan is coming out and he's decided to take a small jump from his previous deadlift up to 207.5. Just came out of his hand last attempt.
He must be quite confident in his ability to execute this. He has done it before.
It was just a little bit of a grip issue, but we'll see.
Yes.
Yeah,
Knocks it out that
have the
time. What do we
strength there.
think?
That was an excellent call by both coach and
Good
athlete.
lift. Good lift.
Shaking our hands of our referees. Making his way through the maze. He has a minute to
Jackson makes up 200.
minute 30 seconds, I believe, to get off the stage. Last time I was at the competition, I went to shake their hands and they told me I had to hurry up because I was taking too long shaking hands. It's always important to recognise our volunteers.
It's quite
Where's
mean,
Team
isn't it?
Jackson?
I know that a lot of our referees, I think we've had 2 referees as well take
let
their
me hear
exams to
Team
become
Jackson.
national referees, so
Oh, wonderful.
and they've both
Bar is
passed.
loaded.
Extending our referee pool.
I know that a ref in our second session today got their national. And she got big props for, I think, getting that position. Now we've got a 225 kilo here for Jackson, a nice 4 red plates. And that looks very easy. It's a bit shaky at the top. We'll just make sure that his knees were locked, and they say yes.
Very
3 white lights.
Good lift.
Now we've got Trenton coming out for
There are now no
235.
attempt changes for the final flight of deadlifts. Trenton Cooper up now, 235 kilos.
Now Jackson there does finish on
A
a
lesson in technical proficiency
580 kilo total. Trenton's coming out now for 235. We'll see where he finishes up. This will give him a 535 total.
This flight.
There's some
So
really impressive
235 kilos
totals
on the
within
bar.
this
Trenton
flight.
Cooper,
It's important to
let's
remember that
go.
just
Bar
because
is
they're in
loaded.
Flight A doesn't mean they can't contest the competitors in Flight B.
Yes.
Leave it all here. Let's go.
Sometimes you'll even see lifters undershoot their nominations to competitively sway the results.
Very good lift there. Coach just telling him to wait for the call there, and yet we get 3 white lights.
Good
Great
lift
day
Let's
there.
hear it for Trenton.
Trenton ends his
had
day on a
perfect
550 kilo
Brilliant
total.
lifting, technically perfect.
So far, this first
Now
group,
we go to 247.5
Brendan,
kilos
Jackson.
for Manal.
Trenton, Minal, and Josiah have all beaten their previous personal best.
Brilliant.
All
They
beat-
must be very happy.
Oh, I would assume
be.
so.
I would be.
Now, Minal coming out for 247.5. Now, looking at this will give him a 585 kilo total. So we'd put him above Jackson, who's just finished on a 580 kilo total so far.
247.5 kilos.
Minal has had a very good day.
Bar is loaded.
We've been saying all day he's looking calm, collected, trying to raise the crowd there with some
Come on, let's
arms.
make some noise for him. Put your hands together. The more noise you make, the more he lifts.
MC there just saying the more noise we make, the more he lifts, which is very true. Getting that crowd behind you can really help when you get to your final deadlift, when you're at the end of the day. Oh no, that was such a wonderful grind, but unfortunately, yeah, just his grip lost out then.
He really
Amazing
did have
effort.
a brilliant
Let's hear it
day
for
of
Manal,
lifting, and
everybody.
he's still very satisfied. Smile on his face, as he has had all day.
Just looking a bit shaky there. I think his hands have ripped a little bit. He had a fantastic day today. Ended with a 562.5 total. Now, we've got Josiah coming out for a 260, which is the same as last time, but he dropped the bar last time. I think maybe if he just gets that grip right and set, he'll be all good. It moved very quickly. I don't think the strength is an issue there.
Here we go. Let him know about it. Bar is loaded.
And the bar is
260
loaded.
kilos.
We've got Josiah coming out now. Here we go. We've got Joe with 260.
Let's go, Joe.
Lengthening those arms there, giving him that extra grip.
Come on, Joe. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Much better there. Wait for the call. All right.
I think he might just have it.
Did he do it? He did it all right. He finished
Very good.
it up.
I could see his
I could
left
see
hand
it.
there starting to slip. I think he got the
It's
call at the perfect time.
Just right.
I was watching it like a hawk. I was like, no, no, no. Perfect lifting there. Making sure he gets that total and ends up with a lovely 260 deadlift. And finishes with a 562.5 total. Actually finishes on the same total as Minhar did. Now we're moving into Flight B here with our 74s. Up first we've got Alfred. Sorry, Alfred is not a 74.
He's
a
not.
59.
He's a 59.
Coming out with a 195 kilo bench. And he's already on the platform. I didn't even see him walk up.
Oh, you should bet your savings on that,
We just
man.
had
This is
we
your
just had someone in the
national
crowd say
champion,
they've bet all their
Make a whole
savings
lot
on
of
Alfred.
noise.
So now that he's got the deadlift, I think those that bet's going to come off for him.
Up next, we've got 200 kilos.
Moving
for
on to Oscar
His
with a
opening
200
deadlift.
kilo opener.
Bar is loaded.
We love the crowd encouragement, crowd participation. $200 kilos now for Oscar. Very speedy there. Oh, I like his.
so fast.
It was very
almost
fast.
missed it.
I do like those socks as well. Not seen anyone with the rogue socks in a
I
while.
haven't seen that very often.
Kilograms for his opening deadlift attempt.
You getting any ideas?
for socks.
Yes. There's been lots of fun socks.
I just wear white socks. And
That's very dull.
blends in with the towel.
Bar is loaded.
I thought you were going to say it blends in with your pale skin.
I've been in the sun. Now, we've got Daniel coming out now for 2:05. We'll see how this one moves. That was incredibly quick.
Faster lockout. That's
Nearly
for
fell
sure.
over backwards, it was that fast.
Good lift.
He really has had a
Three
brilliant
white
day.
lights there.
Yeah, he's doing
Crank
very
is up
well.
now
Just
at
putting things
210
together really
kilos.
nicely.
Crank's going to be followed by Carl, Jesse, and Lance.
We've got Quang coming out
right now, though,
with
it is Quang,
210.
210 kilos.
That's only 7.5 below his best deadlift.
For Quang, this one is.
Yes.
Very interesting. We'll see how this one moves. Now, as I mentioned before, like I said with our belts, you may see some wear them slightly differently. You can see here Quang's is in quite a high position up near his chest. Sometimes it can help, particularly when you're looking for that leverage getting to the bar. You can hear
There
the
we go.
cries
Quang
of
is
easy
now
coming
ready
from
to
the
see
crowd.
total. He's on the board.
I think he did
Carl
come
now
off
is next at
from his bench
220
touching his
kilos.
back, so maybe that
So
cramping
good
issue's
lift.
gone.
That would be good. Given that his opener is so close to his best, I'm going to imagine that he's feeling pretty good at the moment.
I would assume so.
Bar is loaded for Carl.
Now we've got Carl coming out now with a 220, and he'll be followed by Jesse, who is also opening at 220. Carl opening very close to the bar here. A very solid wedge there. Lovely lift.
I was going to say that Carl is at a slight
Fast, down
disadvantage with
fast,
his
the
long
three-way
limbs, but
lights.
his arms are almost
Same weight
equally
for
as long,
Jesse. Top
which
is
does help with
220
the deadlift.
kilos.
I wouldn't know about that.
You would not know. I also have no idea. I've got short, stubby arms. But you have even shorter, stubbier arms than me.
Jesse coming out now. Probably looking for a nice solid opener. He did just miss his last bench where he was going for the record. We'll see how this opener moves. Very good lift. Now looking at our subtotals here, Jesse is in with
Solid
the
opening
chance
attempt
of
there from
hitting
Jesse.
the podium.
230
Earlier on
kilos is gonna
today
be our next
in
attempt.
the second session, we did see a couple of attempt changes. Some coaches coming in with their cards. Same thing happened yesterday as well. Had a couple of battles coming in. So I am very much thinking that that's going to happen today. So we'll keep an eye on the tech desk and keep you updated if we think anything's coming in. We've got Lance coming out now. Now he's opening at 230,
After a day of lifting, there is a
which
lot
I
of
do believe is
talk and chalk that gets
lower
on the
than
bar.
his
Talk and
original
talk
opener.
and
Now I
what?
think he's lowered his opener here. It could have just been that placeholder
So
to
now,
throw off the
Lance,
competition.
230
make them
kilos.
doubt themselves,
Bar is
put different
lean and
openers
bar is
in.
Loaded. Let's go,
But he may
Lance.
also be opening quite light, just to give him the space to get on the board, secure that position.
Yeah. You can find as well that making those changes can be tactical changes.
Yes, especially when we get to deadlifts.
Could be looking to take those big jumps as well, which we do see sometimes in the lighter weight classes with their deadlifts. That was very easy there for Lance. We'll see what he goes for next.
Well, it looks to me like Rush Nadar did something. That was a great lift. 3 white lights.
I do
Weight
know
stays
that
same
the
now for
coaching
Joaquin
team that he
Cabanero,
has at the moment do have
230
experience
kilos.
in battles.
Bar is
So
loaded.
we'll see how they work together. Could be playing some mind games there. Joaquin coming up with the same weight, 230 again. Joaquin here is actually opening above his best best deadlift. And I believe this will actually secure him a PB total on his opener, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, that looked like a pretty
That
speedy
was
opener,
incredibly
so
quick.
that
So
is
far they've been opening very
good
strongly,
lift.
all of these lifters here.
Ben Watson now, 235 kilos. goes on the
235
bar
for Ben coming
Ben's
up. Now,
opening attempt.
so far we've been looking at Ben. He is looking good. I feel like he's our target for other lifters today. He's just put together a really great day. And we'll hopefully see that continue here within our deadlifts. Wow, very quick. Now, I know that Ben has
It's a good lift.
that last session that I saw of his training
Paul is up
looked
next at
very good. His deadlift did look
245
very
kilos.
strong.
Following him will be Jack
So
at the
if
same
he
weight.
takes jumps and moves it well,
245
then
kilos
I think
for
we'll be
Paul.
looking at a very good total today from Ben.
Bar is loaded.
Even though he has missed the 260 twice in previous competitions, but when training moves that far forward,
It can just take that out of the equation completely. Paul coming out now for 245. I know that Paul has hit 265 previously. I'm not 100% sure what weight class that was in. I feel like it would have been in the 74s.
he was in a weight class higher, remember?
Yeah, but that was incredibly quick for an opener. I do believe he actually hit more
It's pretty casual,
on his
but that's a
deadlift
good
in the
lift.
lighter weight class.
245 kilos stays on the bar now for Jack.
We've got Jack coming out for the same weight here.
And after Jack's opening attempt, we'll update you with the standings. Jack, the bar is loaded.
So we've got Jack now. I'm just going to take a look at Paul for us just to see where he's gone. Jack now with our heaviest deadlift opener of the session. Oh, beautiful. Very strong. Power through the floor. And
That's
the
a good
referees
lift.
say 3 white lights.
That's
Very
our
cruisy.
first round of deadlifts done.
We are moving
We
back
go
to the
back
top
to
of the flight
210
with
kilos
Alfred
now
taking
for
a nice
Alfred
jump
now.
to 210
Alfred
kilos.
is your under 59 kilos.
So looking at Alfred,
Sub-junior
he's
national
won.
champion. He's coming out now.
Obviously.
Just for a
He
break,
is
just
number
to put
one.
on a show for you all.
He
Can
is
he-
also the
How much
only
we
one.
can go.
Just got to turn up, take the win. This will be his...
But this is a very good win for Alfred overall with his training performance, with his previous competitions.
Now, looking at his total at the moment, he is over his personal best already, and this will extend
here
it
we
even
go.
further. He's
Alfred,
just
210
putting
kilos.
together a very good day.
The bar is loaded.
Just having a look, I know very
Let's
quickly,
give
I
it
did
up for
mention
Alfred.
Paul, his 265 was at 74, but he only hit 275, so only 10 kilos heavier at the heavier body weight. So his deadlift
very
training has
impressive,
obviously
yes.
been going very well. So we'll see how that moves moving forward. He is currently in second, so we'll see what happens on our second lifts. Good job, Alfred. We'll just see what we go for there. It looked a little bit trickier than the second. Now, just to quickly give you an update, at the moment we have Ben in first with 647, Paul in second with 600, Jesse in third with 590.5, and in fourth I believe we have Jack with 585. Now we've got Oscar coming up now for 215. Oscar has hit 220 previously.
A little slow coming off the floor, but that is something that you can see quite consistently with sumo deadlifts.
I am a little bit excited now, Corinne. I've just seen that Alfred has loaded up the record.
Oh, of course he has.
Trying to take that record, 220.5. I'm very excited to see that. I love a good record on deadlifts, particularly in the last session
I
of the day.
believe he has done this in training, so this will be really fun to see on the platform.
Fantastic. Right, we've got Daniel coming up now with 225. It's my favorite weight on the bar. 4 reds.
Clean, very pretty.
Something different about him on these deadlifts. Doesn't have the spotters,
There's
the
no
fist bump.
fist bump. I suppose it is a little bit harder with deadlifts. Everyone's just kind of standing.
Beautiful lift there. We'll see where he goes next. That 20 kilo jump, we'll see if he does the same again, would take him up to 245, or whether he takes a slightly lower jump. Also as well, on deadlift as well, I feel like fist bumping the spotter, maybe the back spotter, because he might be there to catch you if you did faint. But I feel like the side spotters on deadlift, maybe at the end after your session. We'll see what he does. Crank coming out now, 225.
Had a bit of an ammonia hit there.
I did like his first, how it moved. We'll see how he goes. Once again, wearing his belt a little bit higher. Wears it in the same position that I used to.
Where do you wear yours now?
Move mine a little lower.
Just gives them space to really wedge into the bar.
Very strong there.
Call from our chief referee.
Or
The referee
you could
saying
just be
it's
like
a good
me
lift.
and not wear a belt on deadlifts.
We're
Then,
now
then
moving
again,
on
I
to
do have a
trial at
comparatively
230
terrible deadlift, so I don't think I am the one to provide advice.
237.5 next for Carl coming out. I think both of us have.
We have quite terrible deadlifts, don't we?
We're probably not the right people to be
No,
commentating
squats.
this session.
Yes,
Bars
squats,
loaded
yes.
for Carl.
We've started on a high, and
We are not the ones that end on the deadlifts.
Carl's had a good day so far. I think the opener that he did looked a little bit tricky, but a nice big 17.5
It could very well just
kilo.
be his leverages. Not everyone will have very clean and smooth lifts, and this may just be one of them.
Maybe just his shoulders here. We'll see what the referees say. Yeah, I think
That's
that's
a good
whites,
lift.
two
two whites. We take that. Obviously, for our red light that we have in deadlift, if we do get a red card, that normally indicates a soft lockout. So that could be failing to lock your shoulders out or failing to lock your knees. You will find as well that everyone does naturally finish in a different position. So we just look to our referees to see. Now, we've got Jesse coming out now for 240 kilos. We'll see how he goes. Like I said before, Jesse is on that cusp of the podium, so this could set him up to look for that jump to third or even second, or if he really sends it for first, and he gets it.
Very nice lockout.
It's beautiful.
And
Once
yet
he really
another
gets
good
it
lift
past
there
his
for
quads,
Jesse.
it moves very quickly.
Yeah.
We now add another 7.5 kilos.
He's
to
got
the
that.
bar for Ben Watson.
I think he's got that tempered aggression there coming off the platform. I think he's ready for whatever he needs to take that next jump. We've got Ben coming out now to 47.5. This would put him up to 647.5, which would move him 27 kilos ahead of Ben. Obviously, we still have Paul to come, and we'll see where that finishes as well. But let's just see how Ben moves.
Oh, wow.
Strong.
I have said wow a lot this session, but I think I have said wow a lot for Ben. It's been very impressive.
It's all about Ben.
It's all about Ben today.
All about Ben. I think the most impressive thing for me so far with Ben is he's just chipped away. He's just got the lifts when he needed to get the lifts and just made it work.
260 kilos. We're just going to clean the bar down for him.
260 coming out now for Lance. Now we'll see here with these lifts that we've got 260, 260, 260,
He's gonna walk out
265.
here in just a moment. He is
So
going
3
to
lifters
rip
coming out with the
260
same
kilos from
weight.
the floor, and with his
And
hands
then
up
we'll
with
take
it, I
265
want everybody
for
in here to let
Paul.
him know how much they enjoyed watching it.
Now we know that Lance can put a meet together. He has
Bars
typically gone
loaded,
either 8 for 9 or
260
9
kilos
for
for
9.
Lance.
So far he has gone 8 for 9, I believe. He's gone, what is it, 5 for 6?
7 for
I'm
7.
confused at this point.
Well, he's 7-7. This would be his 8th lift to
Excellent.
make him 8 for
Thank
8.
you for doing the maths for me.
It's only up to 9.
I'm really terrible. I think you overestimate me.
Big, big noise out the back of the gym for Lance. Takes his time to set his belt. Oh, he looks incredibly strong.
And that was fast. 3 wide lines.
Now I can see Aiden at the tech desk. I think he's looking at what the record is there for the deadlift. Now I know that Aiden has had experience with his lifters that he is helping on the day to go for that big third. Famously, I think in 2024 opens, we had in the 105s. We've got Jack coming out now for 260, so we'll keep the same weight on the bar. Big brace. A little bit slower than his opener, but it still moved very well.
He says he gripped it wrong, but it looked like a good lift to me. 3 wide lines there for Jack.
Next up
You
we
keep
have
up now
Joaquin
at the same weight with
with
260
260 on the bar.
kilograms.
Saying before about
Same weight again.
Bars loaded.
same weight again, but saying what I was saying before about lifters that Aiden has been
Oh, yes.
supporting on the day. Famously, Samuel Forsberg took that big jump
Oh yes,
and
that's
big
right.
deadlift.
Yes,
That was an incredible
that was
opener.
insane.
Now, we'll see how Joaquin moves this. He took his hands off at the bottom there. We'll just see what the refs say. 93 right lights, ignore me.
He must have let the bar settle enough.
Closing
And that's
out
what we're
the
looking
second
for
round
when
of
we
deadlift.
lower the
We
bar
have
down to the
Paul
floor. It's
with
not about,
265
you know,
kilos in the
necessarily
bar.
controlling it super slowly. It's about making sure that we lower the bar down evenly to the floor, let it settle, and then let our hands go.
Bars loaded, 265 kilos for Paul.
Paul coming out for 265 now. We'll see how this one moves. Now, Paul is currently looking to get this to take himself to a 620 kilo total. A little bit slow at the top there, Corinne. I just saw the coach just do a little bit of a grimace. We'll see how he goes, see what they're going to do.
Still think he's had a really good time for deadlift so far. Really pushing close to his. Is it close to his max or even
For
above?
who? For Paul?
For Paul.
Now, Paul's done 265 at this weight. He's done 275 in the weight class above,
Alfred has
but obviously has taken this cut down.
0.5 kilos.
Now, we've got Alfred coming up next for 220.5 for the record
This is very exciting.
to give himself a
That would indicate that we're looking at some kind of record.
Total
This is a
PB.
national record for Alfred. Alfred is already your under 59 kilo champion. He's now coming
Now,
out to set
looking at the
220.5
totals here,
kilo
we've got
deadlift
Alfred coming out.
national record
Alfred is the
for a
only
man that weighs
lifter in
less
his
than
category,
59
so
kilos.
this will be
This is
a
amazing, people. Let's make a whole lot of noise. Let's
Mega
start
Nats
clapping now.
win for
Let's
him.
hear it for Alfred. Let's get this going.
I can see
Let's
people in the
make
crowd
our
behind
time.
us up on their feet.
Loaded.
Big energy for Alfred.
Let's go, Alfred. We'll see how we go. Got to be careful not to shout into the mic.
I know, please be careful with that one. I'll keep reserved over here. Victor has handled Alfred brilliantly today.
Oh, no. No, unfortunately, a little bobble at the top. It's just pulled him forward.
Small fumble, and sometimes that's all that it
Everybody,
is.
this is your national champion at 59 kilos.
However, that was incredibly fast.
He would have had that very easily without that fumble.
Just
so
that little bobble, unfortunately.
Okay,
Now,
225
this is where it's important to recognise that this is just one day of lifting. One day in isolation, and not everything's always going to be perfect, but we're putting our best performance forth on the day, and that is not necessarily a representation of where your overall strength is. He has done brilliantly.
Places every time. So really get
now
behind them on
this
one.
is
The
where
places
it gets
are gonna move
interesting.
around
Looking
the
at our totals at the moment, we've got Ben sitting on 647.5 in first. Paul is on 620 in second. We've got Jesse at 610.5. Now I can see Jesse is nominated to just take a 10 kilo jump.
225 kilos.
At the moment as well, we've got Lance, who is taking a 15 kilo jump to try and push himself into third. But I think this is going to shift around a little bit. I have a feeling that we're going to get some coaches coming and putting some attempt changes in. First up, we've got Oscar, 225. Unfortunately for Oscar there, just didn't break the floor today.
Let's give him a big round of applause. Oscar, everybody, great lifting tonight.
Good lifting from Oscar today, just couldn't get that last one.
Moving on to Kwang with 235 kilos, 10 kilo jump from his second.
I'm just going to twist myself this way, Corinne. I'm just going to keep an eye on the tech desk. I want to see if we get some attempt changes coming in. Nothing as of yet, but you never know.
You can be my eyes on the tech desk, and I'll be your eyes on the scoreboard.
Here in the here at Camberdown Quarters, we do have a big projector up on the wall. Now, with this big projector, it does have up on their current placing and their forecasted placing if they make the lift. It does add a little bit of spice, shall I say, to what's happening. Now we've got Kwang coming up, 235. We'll see how this moves. Oh, yes.
Very clean third attempt there.
He's hit his first clean, second clean, third clean. Fantastic lifting today. Got that 225 as well. Now we've got Carl coming out next for 245. This will be a PB deadlift. And I do believe he's already... I do believe this is already a personal best total before he even hits this. So could tick off two. No, that's not the same.
Two birds with one
there
stone?
you go, that's the one. Two birds, one stone. What was I trying to say?
I'm not entirely sure. It's right, it's late. I'll give you that.
It's only 9:30.
It's past my bedtime.
The bar is loaded here for Carl. Now, Carl's coming out now for 245, and we've got Daniel after that for 245 as well. I think he's had a little bit of a pneumonia there, just to get himself hyped up. As we've said before, Carl sets up quite close to the bar. Very long levers. He's very helpful within your deadlift.
Only with your arms. Thank you very much.
Get up, Carl.
Come on, let's go.
So close.
Very close. Unfortunately, couldn't get his shoulders back
He
there.
gave it his all, didn't he? Well
What a
done,
brilliant
great
effort.
Give him a big
Just give
round
him a
of
minute
applause.
there. Just looked a little bit like he was
A little bit lightheaded, perhaps.
lightheaded, yeah. Particularly on these third deadlifts, that is something that can happen.
245 kilos.
I have had a friend pass out on their third deadlift. You've passed out on third deadlift. Not a
No,
competition.
not a competition.
In training.
Yes, in my new deadlift suit.
This will lock in.
Scared my training partner very
I
thoroughly.
think that's reasonable.
Total.
At least in this environment, we have a spotter to catch us if we need.
And our lovely first aid station
That
set
is
over
true,
by the
yes.
And here we go. Daniel
edge of the
Burns,
stage, also
advanced
volunteering.
loaded.
We are well
Final
cared for.
245 kilos.
245 here for Daniel. Now, Daniel hitting this will stay in 6th place. I don't believe that he can be caught by Joaquin unless Joaquin takes a very big jump. I think McQueen might also be focused on the 600 total.
Ah, yes.
Unfortunately not
Give
today.
him a big round of applause.
Couldn't
Great
take it off the
attempt,
floor.
great lifting tonight, Daniel. Well
Very
done.
good lifting from Daniel. Just missed his third bench and third third squat and third deadlift. Very good lifting today.
He's going to load up 257.5 kilos.
Now
on
we've
his
got
third
Jesse
attempt.
coming out for 250. This will take him up to
250, I'm sorry.
620.5. Now 620.5 will take him above
Jesse is
Paul.
currently in third place.
It will take him above Paul into
Massive bench press from before.
provisional
This is to hold him in that position.
second, I think, if my maths is correct. So this will take him.
Bars loaded.
This will take him above Paul for now. But we'll have to see what everyone lifts. Very long grind for Jesse there at the top, but
close.
unfortunately, oh, looks like he
Help
might
him
go.
out there.
Spotter's
You
there.
can't put more effort than that in. He gave it his all.
Very good lifting today
And for the moment,
from
stays
Jesse.
in
Unfortunately,
third
couldn't get that
place.
last one. So
Our
for
next
the moment,
lifter
he
is
stays in
Ben
third.
Watson,
We'll see what happens with our next
77.5
lifters.
kilos.
Now we've got Ben coming out. Now Ben is 6.
Right now,
No, sorry.
Ben is in first position.
He's coming out for
This is to keep
257.5.
first
Now,
position.
for
This
me
is for the
here,
gold medal.
this
is for
looks
the gold
very
medal
much
that
like
is
he's just
currently
putting
his.
himself out of reach from a Hail Mary, maybe from Jack or Paul. Just that 10 kilo, I think, just pushes it a little bit too far out of their reach.
This is why we say the meet don't start until the bar hits the floor. This is why we do this, everybody.
Ben's
Let's make a
position
whole
is
lot of
well and truly
noise.
cemented
Ben
at this
Watson,
point.
bar
Sorry?
I
loaded.
think Ben's position is well and truly cemented.
Yeah, I think Ben's going to take this. I would be very surprised looking at the other guys whether someone would catch him. He's just put together a really well-rounded, solid, and great day so far. Can he hit this? And he turns that great day into a perfect day. Look at him, happy as Larry. What a lift there from Ben. Now Ben today, that's a fantastic lifting. Takes himself to a 657.5 total. Goes 9 for 9.
There we go. Wow, flawless.
Goes 9 for 9. Like I said, right at the start, you hit that 9 for 9, you build that total. He's just been solid where his closest competitors maybe missed that one lift here, one lift there. He's just put it together and put himself too far out of reach.
He really has on the board. We've got third, second, and fourth very, very close.
Yeah, now Paul's taking a 5 kilo jump here up to 270. Now 625 will take him
Paul nails this.
provisionally
Puts a whole lot of pressure on Lance coming up next. These two are neck and neck.
into second. Now he is already in second, but this will put him there as we do have lifters coming after him that will try and outlift him.
Just making sure everything is
Now-
tickety-boo bum, send it into the platform. Not
Paul
too
makes
much
this,
shock.
Lance has to make his
Perfect
next
lifting
lift.
area.
Now Lance did weigh in lighter, so if he gets it, all he's got to do is match that weight. He doesn't have to go any further. We'll see how Paul goes here.
And this is only a 5 kilo jump. The second was a little tricky, but 5 kilos, not a whole lot. This could be all that he needs.
it's a fast lift. Let's look at the screen. The referees say 3 white lights.
Coach is happy. Paul is happy. Handshakes all round.
He makes the lift and he forces Lance to have to make his to take that second place.
To try and take that spot back off Paul. To take back second place, 277.5 kilos for Lance.
Lance takes this to finish second. Very, very good lifting today from all of these top lifters here in the 74 kilo junior class. The quality of the lifting today has been very good.
You have been watching most of or a large chunk of the sessions today.
I've watched every session, a couple here in person, and those that I haven't been here in person, I've been watching on the streams. The sessions today have been very high quality.
7.5 kilos. Second place on the line. Let's get out of it.
Unbelievable energy for Lance.
Big noise here in the crowd. Let's see if he can make this. Takes his time to set up on the bar.
We have Aiden right behind us.
Oh, unfortunately not.
Definitely couldn't have given it any more than that.
Grip,
That's big
unfortunately,
shit
at
for
the
Lance.
end.
Huge effort tonight.
He did such a brilliant job.
Very good. Just come off the
Coming
platform.
back to shake the lifter's hands. Very respectful lifter here.
The bar for Joaquin.
Now, I did briefly mention this before, but Joaquin is going for 6th. I am very excited for this. Now, this is to go above Daniel. So this is to take a 17.5 kilo jump to finish above Daniel.
Well, that's a big jump on a third deadlift.
Now, as well, this is miles above his personal best. Comp lift, miles.
This is
I would.
a big jump.
I am very excited for this one.
I can see your grin. You're very excited.
Now, Jack as well I think has just lowered his oh no, Jack just did, sorry, ignore me. Here we go. No, not today, unfortunately. Now, I can see there's a little bit of activity over by the tech desk. I think that Jack tried to lower his attempt to 277.5, but because his lot number was lower than Joaquin, he could not do that. Yeah, so he's got to do that 280. I do believe the deadlift record in this weight class is slightly above this, so unless he wanted to go for that record, it would have to be 280. You are able to lower your deadlift attempt on your final deadlift.
You do have to be particular about the time in which you do that.
Yes, correct. But he is going for 280. Once again, would be a massive PB, 40 kilos. He has already hit a PB today of 600. He's got that nice 600 round number. It's always good getting those rounds. That 600 total, 700 nice total, the 800 total. I know now we're getting lifters on those upper echelons hitting that 900 total as well. And the bar is loaded here for Jack. This is a big lift for Jack. A nice big 20 kilo jump. We'll see how he goes. This would actually take him up to 3rd place. Can he push Jesse out of 3rd and take 3rd place?
He's certainly going to try.
It's moving. Unfortunately, not today. A bit too much. So that means ending off our session today. Thank you so much for joining us here at Camberdown Quarters for APA Mega Nats. we hope you enjoyed the session.
We have 3 full sessions tomorrow and then 2 sessions on the Saturday.
So make sure you check out our socials, stay in contact, see when we are posting our lifting, and keep an eye on what is going on. If you want to come down, Camperdown Quarters, like I said before, get the train to Newtown, walk on up, 10 minutes. Meet me there in the morning, I'll be there at 6:30, you can come with me.
It'll be a fun day.
Come and have some lifting tomorrow. We've got some really exciting classes tomorrow. I know as well we've got some exciting lifters coming on a Saturday morning. So we look forward to seeing you all here, and keep an eye on the stream and you can see our lifters come up to collect their prizes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, have a lovely night. Bye.
to the Open Men's 74. We had some amazing lifting from none other than Jack. Now I believe Jack is going to be wearing the green and gold later on this year, representing Australia. Give him a big round of applause. Now moving up to the Masters 2 69 kilo class, we had Susan. Okay, moving on to our awards and trophies for best lifters. Firstly, best lifter male. It is none other than Jack. Yeah, let's give him a big round of applause. And our best lifter female goes to Alana. Let's hear another big round of applause. And for all of our athletes, let's give a huge cheer, big round of applause. Awesome lifting tonight. We are going to give the 74 kilo class about another 3 or 4 minutes to get freshened up, get cleaned up and make their way out onto the platform. If you're a 74 kilo lifter and you're ready to go, I would like to see you lined up in the on deck area, please, within the next couple of minutes. 74 kilo lifters to the on-deck area, please, immediately. All the 74 kilo male lifters that just lifted in the last session, please, 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 to the side of the stage. And let's bring them out onto the platform. This is the 74 kilo class. Here are your athletes. Give them a big cheer. And 59. 159. Okay, our 59 kilo sub-junior class. Our winner was Alfred. Give him another round of applause. Huge lifting for a sub-junior. That is impressive indeed. Now to our junior 74 kilo class. In third place tonight, we had Jesse. And let's give Jesse another round of applause for that bench. National record bench at a Nationals. Awesome work. In second place, we had Paul. And claiming that top spot on the podium, Ben. Let's give our medalists another round of applause. And if you guys can